from the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening and good morning under a slightly declining but still very full moon and a Friday night, Saturday morning kind of situation. This is Coast to Coast, AM, PM, on what's almost the weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Well, there is a lot of news to talk about, and we're going to get to that this morning. We're going to get to Open Line Talk Radio. The OJ situation continues, bombshell after bombshell by the day, and today is no exception. They've blown the grand jury right out of the water, and we'll talk about that. The president taking on conservative talk show hosts, specifically Rush Limbaugh, and I'm sure many others, probably this one included. We'll talk about that. The economy, the dollar's in big trouble. We'll talk about that. The U.S. Supreme Court rules on private property. We'll definitely talk about that. The Clinton week. Oh, it was a bad week for the president. And we'll talk about that one, too. A lot more. I've got a lot of news. But I have promised you a guest this morning, and I am going to carry through with that. There is a new book out entitled The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. And this is somebody, surely I would have normally scheduled for Dreamland, but because of the timeline, Kevin Randle, co-author with Donald Schmidt, Kevin Randle is going to have, and Donald Schmidt are going to have some sort of expo or some sort of get-together up in the northwest part of the country, I believe up in the Portland area or perhaps in Washington. And so because of that time line, we decided to go ahead and have him on this evening. Y'all know about Roswell, don't you? On the back of the book it says, "This is the extraordinary true story of the crash of an alien spacecraft with a crew of 5 near Roswell, New Mexico, and the great lengths federal agencies went to keep the news from becoming public. By the way, this is soon to be a movie on Showtime." The Chicago Sun-Times said the government covered up the crash for security reasons, and the cover-up continues to prevent panic. Panic! Chester W. Little, these brilliant science writers have demonstrated the validity of this UFO crash. He is the Manhattan Project inventor, the first atomic detonator. Dr. Richard Haynes, NASA research scientist, said, "Randle and Schmidt's explosive and important book has set an extraordinary high standard of investigative scholarship." So, in other words, here are people who have looked into this closely and find apparently there to be a case, a strong case, that yes, it really happened. By most UFO scholars, this incident is considered to be the most authentic, well-documented case of a visit to Earth by aliens. Not so intentional, perhaps. So, off we go to, I think, Portland, Oregon. Kevin Randle, welcome to the program. Well, hold on there. Let's put you over here and say, now, Kevin Randle, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I think I'm actually in Vancouver.
Are you in Vancouver?
I'm across the river from Portland.
Okay.
So I'm close.
Close enough.
You're right.
All right, Kevin, first of all, glad to have you on the program, and I have long had a great amount of curiosity about Roswell. I'm curious about yours. How did you come to be interested in Roswell?
I think I have to blame my partner, Don Schmidt, for that. He's the Director of Special Investigations for the G. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies. And in the late 80s, the Center determined there was a lot of work still to be done on Roswell, witnesses that needed to be interviewed, people needed to be found.
Right.
And he wanted to bring someone on board who had a military background. I had spent 4 years in the Army as a helicopter pilot and then 12 years in the Air Force, both in active duty and the active reserve as an intelligence officer. And he thought that the military background would help me understand the mindset of the people we would be interviewing. So in 1989, we began our search to find out what happened at Roswell, thinking that we would go into the town, spend 3 or 4 days there, find the prosaic answer, and then blow out of town with an answer, and everybody would be happy. Just didn't work that way.
I'm sure it didn't. So, how did it work? I mean, you went to Roswell, and what? What did you find? What were you expecting to find?
I thought that we would, in a lot of the early UFO cases, if you go back to the primary sources, you can find a pretty interesting answer. You can find something that makes sense that doesn't necessitate a belief in extraterrestrial spacecraft. And we thought we would be able to do that, find a secret project, something like that would explain the case. But it didn't happen that way. We began talking to the witnesses, such as Bill Brazel Jr., the son of the man who discovered the debris field. And we sat with him for an hour and a half and listened to what he had to say and discovered that he was telling the truth as he knew it, and there was not a prosaic explanation. And we expanded the search out from there, finding more witnesses, additional witnesses, people who clearly were in Roswell in 1947, the Provost Marshal, for example, the 509th Bomb Group, Provost Marshal being akin to the Chief of Police, telling us that the craft was extraterrestrial. I mean, that's what he told me personally. It was extraterrestrial. And they were giving us first-hand testimony as opposed to the second and third-hand stories we'd had in the past. So it became very, very interesting.
Well, suppose I play like the government, Kevin, and I say, no, these are all very fanciful, very interesting stories, but look, it was a balloon. We examined the pieces, and it was a balloon.
The problem with that story is that the Air Force offered that, or the Army actually at the time offered that explanation almost immediately. But we found the Chief of Staff of the 8th Air Force, General Thomas Dubose. He said, no, the balloon explanation was designed specifically to get the reporters off General Ramey's back, General Ramey being the commander of the 8th Air Force, that the balloon explanation had been handed out to the reporters, but that was not the explanation for why it crashed at Roswell.
Who said that, please?
General Thomas J. Dubose.
How do we know he said that?
We have him on videotape.
Oh. And he admits this on videotape?
Yes, he does. See, that's where this story has diverged from your normal UFO story, is that there are a large number of witnesses, and a lot of them who are in positions of power in 1947. We can demonstrate it by the records of who they were, and we have those statements on audio and videotape.
All right. Down in New Mexico, Representative Schiff there, of course, has started the GAO investigation. I guess looking at the paper trail and the money trail and trying to figure out what really happened, because, of course, if it was transported up to Ohio, to Wright Pat in Ohio, there would be record of the flight, expenditures, I'm sure, and all kinds of things and ways to track it. What's going on with that investigation?
From what we understand, that's exactly what they're doing. They're looking at this event in the context of other similar events. For example, an experimental aircraft crashes. How did the military respond to that? What did they do?
Right.
How much money was spent? And putting it in that kind of a context, looking to see if they can trace the paper trail. We have records from flight crew members, for example, their personal flight logs showing some of these flights. So we can document some of this ourselves. And so, from what we understand, the GAO investigation is going to look for those sorts of things, look to see what kind of records should have been created.
What about, for example, cargo manifests?
Well, unfortunately, we're dealing with an event that took place 47 years ago, and the records aren't as complete as we'd like them to be. For example, I was able to get the morning reports. I asked for the morning reports for the entire 509th Bomb Group. What I got was the 509th Headquarters Company, and when I went back with a FOIA request, with a more specific request outlining the specific other units, they said those records don't exist. So some of the records exist, some of them don't exist. But curiously, in 1947, the 509th kept very complete unit histories from about April of 1947 through October. So we have all of those. We have a phone book that was published by the 509th Bomb Group for all the base telephones for August of 1947.
Again, let me stop you, Kevin. The 509th Bomb Group did what? Were they responsible, allegedly, for transporting what was left of the wreck, or did they investigate down there? What did they do?
Basically, yes. They were responsible for the discovery of the wreckage. They cordoned off the area. They cleaned up the wreckage. They transported a lot of the wreckage out. The 509th Bomb Group, interestingly, is the same organization that was created to drop the atomic bombs on Japan. So we're dealing with highly trained individuals, hand-picked individuals in 1947. This is the only atomic strike force in the world at the time, so they're very specific people.
Okay, and of people in that group, what sort of eyewitness testimony has come forward?
We have eyewitnesses who were there, who were on the site, said, I was there, I saw this. We have one man, unfortunately, we have to identify him by a pseudonym at his request. So his testimony is weakened because of that. But we have others. For example, Master Sergeant Lewis Rickett, who was the NCOIC of the Counterintelligence Corps, the sergeant in charge, if you will.
He'd be good.
He came forward, corroborated some of that testimony for it. We have Major Edwin Easley, the Provost Marshal, who talked about the creatures, who talked about the site north of Roswell, who gave us good ideas of what was going on the site. So we have a wide range of individuals that can provide us with eyewitness testimony that leads us to the conclusion that what was found was extraterrestrial. Edwin Easley, as I said, told me specifically that it was extraterrestrial in origin.
Give me an example in some detail, if you can, of what you would consider to be some of the best first-hand testimony of exactly what they said they saw.
They saw a craft that was more heel-shaped than saucer-shaped.
Heel-shaped? I'm sorry.
Heel, like the heel of a shoe.
Okay.
They saw a craft that was 25 to 30 feet long, 15 to 20 feet wide, impacted in a slope about 40 miles northwest of Roswell. There was one body, one of the flight crew, laying outside the craft up against the cliff, one body that was outside the craft near it, and there were three bodies located inside the craft.
All aliens?
All aliens.
Presumably described roughly how?
4.5 to 5.5 feet tall, very slender individuals, the head slightly larger than a head would be on a human of a similar size, the eyes slightly larger. Not the black orbs we talk about from the abduction phenomenon, but eyes that are slightly larger than human eyes. Heads that are hairless but covered with a slight peach fuzz, or a fuzz-like matting. The arms are very skinny. The bones are thin. They're described as bird-like. Now, the interesting thing is some of the skeptical community said, well, what you've got there are people who saw primates or rhesus monkeys garbed in flying suits in test flights, and the men at Roswell were so caught up in the hysteria of the flying disc phenomena, they didn't recognize these apes for what they were. And our answer is, if you take a look at the chimpanzee, the head is not larger, it's smaller. The eyes are not larger, they're smaller.
Right.
They have big ears. They have lots of hair. That's not what was seen at Roswell. The people were very specific in what they saw.
All right. I want you to hold on for just a moment, Kevin. We'll come right back to you.
Okay.
A little bit of business. My guest is Kevin Randle. He has co-authored the book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. And you're going to hear what most consider to be the best evidence this morning. Now, Kevin's listening, I know, and this just came in on the Associated Press. Astronomer Carl Sagan says that people believe in things like alien abductions because they don't know much about science. During a conference of people who debunk paranormal claims, Sagan said that scientific illiteracy is widespread. In other words, he's saying we're dummies. He pointed to studies that show up to 1/2 of U.S. adults don't know the Earth revolves around the sun once a year. He asked why newspapers have daily astrology columns, but no daily science columns. Most of the 740 people at the conference in Washington this weekend are psychologists. The annual conference, held by the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal out of Buffalo, New York. So there you go. Carl Sagan would be a star indeed to that group. And Kevin, are you there?
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I think that Carl Sagan's overstating his case. What we're conducting at Roswell, for example, is not a scientific investigation, but is more akin to a criminal investigation. We're searching for the evidence for science so that they can take a look at it. But they claim to be looking as skeptics or debunkers at the UFO phenomena or claims of the paranormal, but they're not interested in looking at the evidence. They know this can't possibly be, therefore it is not. And it doesn't matter what we present in the way of evidence. For example, we can prove what ufologists have said for years. The United States government had a secret project to investigate UFOs that was not Project Blue Book. If you go back and look at the regulations, Air Force Regulation 200-2, dated August of 1954, tells me as a former Air Force intelligence officer, if I get a UFO report from a flight crew, I don't send it to Project Blue Book. I send it to the 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squadron at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, and they determine whether or not it goes on to Blue Book. And a lot of times, for reasons we don't know, they didn't go on to Project Blue Book. So we can prove the government had the secret project. We have documentation to prove quite a bit of what we say.
All right. Have they still got that today, Kevin? In other words, that secret parallel investigation, is that still going on today? Do you know?
Blue Book was dropped in 1969.
No, not Blue Book.
But the other investigation continues on because we've run into people who have submitted UFO reports or have them investigated by government officials after 1969. So yes, that secret investigation continues. Part of it was disguised as Project Moondust. We can prove Project Moondust existed when New Mexican Senator Jeff Bingaman queried the Air Force about Project Moondust, which was designed specifically to recover material of unknown origin returning from space, or that of foreign origin, and the unknown origin clearly can be UFOs. He was told no such project ever existed. Moondust never existed. When the documents were given to the Air Force, they said, we'd like to amend our last statement. We've got the Air Force lying to a United States senator about a project that clearly existed. When we queried them about it, they said that project no longer exists, but we know from other documents the name has been changed because Moondust was compromised.
What do you think what do you think they have concluded after all this time? Do you have anybody telling stories about the ongoing investigation?
We have very little information about that other than the documentation we have from Project Moondust, and Moondust clearly is looking for stuff. If Roswell took place, they would assume that it could happen again. And Moondust, because of its mandate to recover returning space debris of foreign origin or unknown origin, clearly could cover another crash of an alien spacecraft if it happened. That would be encompassed in part of Moondust's mandate. There's no doubt in our mind, and I say ours, Don Schmidt's in my mind, that what happened in 1947 was a recovery of an alien spacecraft, and it set the tone for UFO research from that point onward.
All right. Is there any evidence that since Roswell there has been another crash of any substance at all, or is that the one?
This is the best documented because of the number of witnesses and the documentation available. But we have other information. For example, there is beginning to build a body of evidence for a crash near Kingman, Arizona in 1953. There's another one near Las Vegas in 1962.
Oh?
And what's interesting about this one is the Air Force actually broke the sighting into two parts, part of it over Utah, part of it over Nevada. So they have two separate sightings, but if you take a look at it, it's one single event. And the Air Force card from the Nellis Air Force Base said it was seen on radar, but there was no visual sighting. If you go back to the Las Vegas Sun for, I believe it's April 19th, 1962, the banner headline says, "Brilliant red explosion flares in Las Vegas sky." And there are eyewitnesses who talk about this, including the staff photographer of the newspaper at the time, who saw this thing in the sky as it detonated.
Well, as it actually
exploded in the sky.
Exploded in the sky. Oh, okay. Well, meteorites, returning meteorites and so forth, do that sort of thing. What makes it a UFO crash?
Because meteorites are not picked up on radar, and B, if we track this thing based on the eyewitness testimony from Utah to Reno to Las Vegas, meteors don't make big looping turns over Nevada.
Oh, they definitely don't do that, right?
And see, what's interesting, as I say, the case from Nevada is dated using the Greenwich Mean Time, Zulu time.
Do we have any craft on the ground, bodies, evidence, physical evidence of that
Not from that at this point.
All right,
We've
so
just
then
begun to research. There's another case from Ubatuba, Brazil in 1957 where bits of metal were picked up and analyzed by the Brazilian government, who said it was magnesium of a purity unobtainable at Earth at the time. That metal was analyzed again by Condon, who said, well, the sample we looked at wasn't that pure, therefore all the samples were not that pure, which is a conclusion that scientifically they couldn't draw.
All right, all right, we're at the bottom of the hour, Kevin. We got to pause here. So, in conclusion for this half hour, Roswell is definitely the best documented case. Yes?
Absolutely. Yes.
All right, hold on, Kevin. We'll be right back to you. This is Coast to Coast AM from the high desert. From the high desert we come. Hi, everybody. My guest is Kevin Randle. He's co-authored a book called The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Do you want to know the truth? Well, I do. I think most of us do. We're involved in this subject. Since it is the best documented case of a crash, of recovery of bodies, it makes sense to follow it, doesn't it? So, back now to Kevin Randle. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. So here it is, the best evidence, I suppose, of actual contact. Where do we go from here with it, Kevin?
What we have to do is convince people like Carl Sagan, convince the journalistic community that this is a case that deserves investigation. We have to convince them the evidence is strong enough to do so. I think we've done it. We can prove something crashed at Roswell. The documentation is there to prove that. We can prove the military covered it up. General DuBose's statement proves that. We believe, based on the eyewitness testimony, the people we've talked to, that it was extraterrestrial. But I don't think we have to make that case. All we have to do is prove that something happened and it was covered up by the government.
I don't see it that way, Kevin. I could understand, for example, they would have an experimental craft up, and it would crash. Then it would make sense. The government certainly would cover it up. Why? So it does seem to me the burden of proof is that it was extraterrestrial in origin, not that there was a crash, because that could easily have occurred.
I think the point is there was a cover-up that took place. And it persists today. We've tried to research as carefully as possible all the alternative explanations. We looked into the Northrop Flying Wing, for example, because one researcher suggested that was what crashed there.
Right.
We found it couldn't possibly have been. We looked at the rocket research out of White Sands. Nothing there to account for it. We looked into the balloon launchings of various projects, including Project Mogul, which was this idea that if you could put an instrument package into this acoustical level in the atmosphere, like the acoustical level in the ocean, they could monitor Soviet atomic experiments, and they couldn't discover a way of doing that, and they couldn't find the acoustical level, so Project Mogul doesn't exist. We looked at the alternative explanations and could find nothing that would account for the crash in the right time frame, the types of debris that was talked about, and the bodies. When you get to the bodies, it becomes very important.
Well, then it becomes a different sort of story. I suppose on the part of the government, I simply concede to you, well, yes, there was a crash there, but it was one of ours. I mean, so then the burden of proof, really, once you acknowledge there was a crash, and I believe there was, the burden of proof is that it was of extraterrestrial origin.
I guess what I'm trying to say is we must convince the journalistic community here is an event that deserves research, and that we can prove the crash took place and we can prove the cover-up. Why does the cover-up persist today? Why can't we get the proper answers? When they present documentation, it does not cover the events at Roswell.
Yeah, that's a good question. It, of course, is. I mean, with all the brouhaha, why let it continue if it was something that was secret then and certainly would not be now?
Yeah, that's our point. What would we have been testing in 1947 that would be persisting as a secret today? Even the early crashes of the SR-71, and some of those are still partially classified. But we can get documentation, and we can write those things off. We can realize what's going on. With Roswell, it's completely missing. For example, the Project Blue Book files. Lots of these kinds of stories early on in the UFO phenomenon, part of the Project Blue Book files. There's no mention of Roswell. There's no file for Roswell in Project Blue Book. Why not? We can find some documentation that relates to it. There's an FBI document where J. Edgar Hoover, in his own handwriting, suggests something about the discs recovered, and the Army wouldn't let the FBI see it. Now, there are alternative explanations for that handwritten note, but it opens the door for us.
Well, let me ask specifically. You say from J. Edgar Hoover, specifically, what did he say? How close did he really get to suggesting they were something else? Discs?
What happened was Brigadier General Shogun, who was the Assistant Chief of Staff for Air Intelligence in 1947, had asked the FBI to investigate the backgrounds of people who saw flying saucers.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI thought they should do that. In fact, there was a number of endorsements. This document is dated 10 July 1947, not long after the events in Roswell. Hoover, in his handwritten endorsement, says, I would do this, but before we do it, I want to see, I want complete access to discs recovered. For example, and then there's this ambiguous little statement. We don't know whether it's SWLA or what it says, but he says, in the LA case, for example, the Army grabbed it, wouldn't let anybody have it for even a cursory examination. So we've got a statement that talks about discs recovered and the fact the Army grabbed it, which fits the Roswell events exactly. But it's ambiguous enough that we can't say, well, here's proof positive in J. Edgar Hoover's own handwriting proving that there were crashed flying saucers. But it opens the door for that. General Twining in September of 1947 issued a report based on, again, information submitted by Shogun that said that the first paragraph says that the phenomenon being talked about is something real, not illusionary or fictitious, meaning flying discs.
Yeah.
Later on, he says, due consideration must be given to the fact that there is no exhibits in the form of crash-recovered debris. But what he's saying is, in that specific sample provided by Shogun, there was nothing that alluded to a crashed flying saucer. But that does not mean that Twining wasn't aware of the events in Roswell.
Curious, Kevin, where might these discs be today? Surely we would not have disposed of them. We would have them someplace or another.
Our best evidence is that the material originally went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Field at the time.
Yes.
We have been told now that they've been moved to Nevada. Not Area 51, not Dreamland, but a special base in central Nevada. We haven't been able to corroborate that. That's just what we've been told.
Well, as you know, maybe you don't know, I'm literally almost at Dreamland. Not quite at Dreamland. It's just over the hill from me here. And we see a lot of things flying in the skies. And for a long time, there were very persistent reports, even some eyewitness testimony, of there being discs at an area called S4, which is sort of an adjacent area to Dreamland. Could it have been those?
The one thing we have to keep in mind is that area you're referring to, of course, is also an area where there's a lot of legitimate experimental aircraft being tested.
That's right.
So the sightings might be of nothing more sinister than our own experimentation.
Well,
there might be something else going on there as well.
That may be, Kevin, but if so, then our own experimentation, as documented with a lot of video cameras and so forth, is of circular craft that are able to do things that you would associate with flying saucers.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just saying we have to keep in mind it is possible that it is our own experimentation, but it may not be.
Our own experimentation with our aircraft?
With our aircraft.
Well, yes,
but it may be, as has been alleged, that its experimentation was something that was captured from the aliens, or experimentation of an alien type craft based on the technology recovered at Roswell, among other places.
That's right.
So it's always there's those distinct possibilities, but we have to keep in the back of our minds that the secrecy may just revolve around the fact that it's our own experimentation, and we don't want that sort of thing leaking out into the general public at this time. We have to keep that in the back of our mind. But there's always this other intriguing possibility. And if we can establish that Roswell is extraterrestrial, then those sorts of speculations take on an added dimension, because we've already leaped the first hurdle, which is to get the craft here from another planet. We've proven that. Now it's distinctly possible that we do, in fact, have a craft, and we are, in fact, experimenting with it.
All right. So how do we blow the lid off it? I mean, if you're convinced, you sound like a rational person to me.
Thank you.
As a result of all your investigation, are you absolutely convinced, or just about convinced, or what is your confidence level that Roswell was extraterrestrial in origin?
There is no doubt in my mind that Roswell was extraterrestrial, and it's based on talking to the eyewitnesses. It's based on trying to find an alternative explanation that just does not fit all the facts. When we bring all the facts into play, there is no other explanation other than extraterrestrial. And I think we need to convince the journalistic community and the scientific community that this is an area that deserves further attention. It's not the realm of the weirdo or the nutcase, but it's something that clearly happened, and we've got the eyewitness testimony to prove it. Now we must move on to finding better documentation for it.
All right, fine. So we've established all this. The government probably knows about it, probably is covering it up, and here we sit like a person with a can of some of the fine tuna that I sell, turning it over and over without a can opener, trying to figure out how to get it open. So how do we get the can open?
Well, as I say, one of the ways we get it open is to convince the media to look into it and start pressing it. If we cannot convince the media, we'll never be able to create the pressure for Congress to act. If we can blow it off by saying, well, you know, it's just a bunch of kooks and we don't have to worry about it, or I'm too sophisticated to believe in this stuff, we're never going to get anywhere. But if we can convince people that the level of research is high enough and the documentation is good enough, then we can apply that pressure to the proper individuals in Congress. And Congressman Schiff and the GAO investigation is certainly a step in the right direction. The work being done by Senator Jeff Bingham and other senators to find out what's going on with moon dust is a step in the right direction.
All right. What about Hazel O'Leary, who has released all this information in the administration about past atomic experiments, plutonium injections, and all the rest of the horrible stuff? They've released that. So then why not this?
That's a very good question. We think that part of the problem may be they're still concerned about a panic, and I say I don't see how that can be, because if they told us tomorrow that flying saucers were real, they're extraterrestrial, and one crashed at Roswell, your immediate reaction might be to panic, but then you'll say, you know, this happened 47 years ago. How has it adversely affected my life? But if one lands at the Pentagon tomorrow, we're not going to have that nice cushion to fall back on.
Well, I've done a talk show now, this round of talk shows anyway, for about 9 years, Kevin, and I can tell you something. If the news got out that indeed the ETs are here, that perhaps it leads back toward the possibility that they are, in effect, our creators or manipulators, Kevin, I'm telling you, I talked to the religious folks all across this country. They would they'd fill these little aliens, if they still existed, with so much lead that they'd be nothing but a big donut hole. I'm not kidding you. There would be panic. There would be a lot of anger. And a lot of times when you talk about these topics, Kevin, there's a lot of anger from these people. So I don't discount people saying, oh, no, there would be panic and social disruption.
Oh, I agree. But I think that one of the things we have to remember is if they announced that we had aliens from 1947 on, we've got a cushion of some sort. It's not affected me adversely since 1947.
That's
Why
true.
Does it suddenly affect me now? If they landed at the Pentagon tomorrow, we do not have that cushion. I think the level of panic would be that much higher.
All right. Well,
geometrically
right? But
higher.
what about all of the years of reports of abductions? You know, if those are true, Kevin, that would seem to suggest that we are aware of what's going on, or maybe we've made a deal with the aliens or whatever it is, and they'd be very unlikely to reveal something like that.
Oh, absolutely correct, and that may be part of our problem. Or they haven't figured out the codes, if you will, of the spacecraft. They don't know how to make it work yet. They don't know how to create the metal. If we have descriptions of metal at the debris field at Roswell that when you picked it up and you folded it up into a ball, it would unfold itself without a sign of a crease. What does that do to the body shop? The next time you have a fender bender in the car, you back up and the fender repairs itself. So there are all kinds of questions that need to be addressed about what would be the ramifications after we learn the truth. But at some point, we're going to know the truth. Something is going to happen, and it's going to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yet there are people today who know that we never landed on the moon. It was all a Hollywood trick. So
Kevin, if you had the proof in your hand, I love asking this question, the irrefutable proof in your hand, would you immediately release it?
I would, yes.
You would?
Absolutely.
And suppose I came to you just before you were about to have your big news conference, and I said, Kevin, I'm from the government agency I can't even talk about. We understand what you have. We have concluded over the years that to release such information would be detrimental to the national security, and we're asking you not to release what you've got.
I say prove it. Prove it's detrimental to the national security.
Well, we can sit you down and let you read all the reports we've got from our psychologists showing that there would be social disruption, panic.
I'm aware that the Brookings Institution, for example, in 1962 did a study. They took 15 different disciplines and asked them, theologians, anthropologists, economists, what would happen if there was a confrontation between people of Earth and an alien civilization. Not necessarily a face-to-face confrontation, but the fact we learned about it through radio astronomy. And of those disciplines, 14 of them said it would be disastrous to our civilization. But isn't that also the way our civilization grows and becomes better?
Grows and becomes better. I guess it would be growth of a sort. Kevin, hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you. My guest is Kevin Randle, and he is co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, and directly we'll get back to him. Kevin Randle, author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, back on the air. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, how's it going?
Listen, before I lose track of things here, what have you got going on this weekend? Where is it? What is it?
Well, we're giving a lecture on what we've learned about Roswell, including some of the new testimony that we've developed in the last 2 or 3 weeks to corroborate some of the things that we found at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in downtown Portland, Oregon. It starts at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. And Mike Linneman is going to be there as well, talking about some of his research. And Don Schmidt, my partner from the center, is going to be there. So there's 3 of us that'll be...
oh, that's wonderful. I've interviewed Michael Linneman, and he is a great guy, and he's going to be there too. So again...
Absolutely, yes.
All right, again, where is it? How do people get in? What do they have to cough up?
Well, it says here they have to cough up $15, and for that you get all 3 of us talking about our research. And it's at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in downtown Portland, Oregon. And for ticket information in this area, they can call 224-8499.
All right. Wanted to get that in for sure.
Appreciate that.
I guess what I'd like to do shortly is turn it over to the audience and let them ask you some hard questions. You obviously have done a lot of research. It's a pretty good-sized book you've got here, Kevin, no question about it, and there's a lot of documentation in here. Have you had a colleague, a scientific colleague, sit down, read this book, and give you a good evaluation of it? I mean, do they come away saying, oh, my God, it really happened at Roswell, or what do people come up with?
It kind of depends on their persuasion and what they're looking for. But what we've tried to do is put together a case that's not necessarily a scientific case, but more of the kind of case you would present going into a court of law. We're in a search for the proper evidence for the scientific community.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've come up with the evidence the scientific community can take into the laboratory and analyze. But we found the kind of evidence that endorses this sort of an investigation. So that's kind of where we are. We've had colleagues with a scientific bent take a look at the information. They have suggested ways that we could have improved the work. One of the complaints was the footnotes didn't contain enough data about the how the interviews were conducted and whether or not they were on audio or videotape. And almost all the interviews we conducted are on either or. Audio or videotape. So it's not just necessarily you have to take our interpretation of what somebody said to us in a private conversation.
Do you have any plans to include those interviews in an audio tape presentation or in a videotape presentation?
There are some videotape presentations out that include parts of those interviews. The Fund for UFO Research, for example, has one called The Recollections of Roswell Part 2 that they sell that has quite a bit of that kind of material in it.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to break here and turn you over to the audience when we come back. All right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Kevin Randle, co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, back after the news. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. My guest is... Kevin Randle. Who is he? He's co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, the best documented case of an alien crash on Earth. And I'm going to give you a chance to talk to him here in a moment. I just got a fax in, and I guess 2020 did a pretty good piece on the new case of the flesh-eating, ate-my-face-off strep A. And you might be interested in this. The Center for Disease Control predicts 1,000 new cases of that this year, but experts are saying the cases will exceed 7,000 this year. Always been around. Nothing to worry about. I'm from the government, here to help you. For Kevin Randle, in a related, sort of a related question, did any of the personnel who came into contact with any alien crew members, alive or dead, contract any new virus or bacterial infection, and could any new diseases we have appearing today be a result of this contact? Kevin, what do you think?
We have no evidence that any of the people who came in contact with the bodies manifested any type of illness or disease that would be related directly to that contact. In fact, one man had sent me a letter and suggested that because there were no outbreaks of a new disease that swept the planet clean of humanity, it proved that the Roswell didn't happen. There are many diseases that we have that are species-specific. Reptiles can't get certain diseases that affect mammals. Mammals can't...
Yeah, that strikes me as an absolutely ridiculous statement on the face of it.
Which one?
Well, the one you just gave, that the fact that no disease spread itself quickly across the planet, wiping out mankind, proves they didn't come here. That's
I agree.
Ridiculous.
I agree that's a ridiculous statement, but that was his premise, and my response was that there are diseases that are very species-specific, and the fact that we didn't contract some alien bug does not prove that it did or did not happen. All it means is that it did not happen. We have no evidence that any of the diseases that are affecting the human race today are a result of something that happened at Roswell 47 years ago.
All right, Kevin, I've got a bank full of people who want to talk to you here. Are you ready?
I'm all set.
Okay, here we go. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening or morning. Where are you calling from, please? Hello there? Well, it's a strange start. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Hi, where are you, sir?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a place where the barbecue's hot, but Art Bell's show is hottest.
That's kind.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, I was just curious about something. Your guest had mentioned earlier, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but he mentioned something to the effect that most people know today that the moonshot was just a Hollywood production.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was there are people today who believe that the moonshots that are landing on the moon were nothing more than a Hollywood production. There's a very small number of people, but there are people who believe that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Well, anyway, I'll get to my question. Do we know where these aliens came from at all, or you know, is it basically where just the ships crashed and the government got the technology, but they don't care where they came from?
All right. Yeah, it's a good question. Do we have any idea?
I don't have any idea. I think that if the government could answer that question, they would love to have an answer. The only clue that's ever come out of the UFO phenomena, of course, is the Betty Hill star map, which is a result of her abduction back in 1961, and Marjorie Fish attempting to find which section of the galaxy it came from, suggesting they may have been from Zeta 1, Zeta 2 Reticuli. But I don't think that's a very good clue. What happened at Roswell, we meaning we civilians outside the government, have no clues about where they came from.
All right. Very good. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, Art. Stan here in Kogo Country.
Yes, San Diego.
We had some vibrations today before I asked my question. About between 5 and 10 after 10 in the morning, everything was calm, and all of a sudden, my windows, I have huge windows, 4 sets of huge windows, rattled and vibrated like 100 bass drums for about 3 seconds.
So the Earth moves in California again?
No, it was not an earthquake.
What was it?
Don't know. Miramar Air Force Base said, we don't know. All the news stations said, we don't know, but we know it wasn't an earthquake.
unidentified moving vibrations.
There you go. We've had that before. Anyway, my question, it's so hard for me to understand why, and the key phrase that you used, you haven't presented them the right evidence. You said something like that, right, Kevin?
For the scientific community, the evidence they require is somewhat different than the evidence we've been searching for. We need to prove the case so we know where to look for the proper evidence, I guess.
Okay, now, so how do they explain? I mean, Roswell's been around forever. I can't believe there haven't been 10,000 scientists that aren't curious. But how do they explain the absolute evidence of the pyramids and that they could not have been built by anybody here?
All right, thank you. The pyramids. Have you looked into that at all, Kevin?
Not really, no. My undergraduate degree was in anthropology, but my area of emphasis was Mesoamerican, the Central Andes, as opposed to Egyptology.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that I have seen the theories that have been presented lately about how the pyramids were constructed in Egypt, and the theories that they're being presented seem to make some sense about how they did it. And I know that they just uncovered not too long ago the remains of the city at the base of one of the major pyramids.
That's right.
Suggest that it was not the slave labor we've been led to believe, but actually a public works project, if you will. So there's evidence that needs to be looked at and examined, and I think that we need to take a skeptical eye to all the evidence and look at it rationally and try to determine whether or not the explanations being offered make sense to us rather than reject them out of hand.
Okay, Kevin, have you looked at all at the work of Richard Hoagland with respect to Mars and the structures on Mars and the mathematical similarities to the pyramids here on Earth, and now his latest work with regard to the moon? Have you looked at all that?
I've heard him on the radio, and I've read his book because I found it fascinating. And I think that the face on Mars, for example, I mean, there is an area where it demands that we take another look at it. Unfortunately, I like to joke about the reason we don't know more about it is because the aliens blew up the Mars observer, so we wouldn't have the answers and could question it longer. But I think that his work is very interesting.
Well, it is, because it would suggest that either an ancient alien civilization visited here, or in the view of some, Kevin, there was a prior civilization, or even many of them, here on Earth that may have at one time colonized Mars.
And I think that if we found the artifact on Mars to be, in fact, a manufactured artifact, that would be pretty much evidence that somebody was traveling through space at some point.
Yes, but
and it's clearly not us because we can't do it.
Well, there are a lot of people who speculate that there have been prior civilizations, that there have been cycles here on Earth when man has come and man has gone, generally because of polar shifts and other great Earth changes that have occurred. What do you think of that theory?
It's an interesting theory, and I know that I used to study what was called OOPS, out-of-place things, out-of-place artifacts. And these were nails found in solid rock, or the spark plug found in the geode.
Exactly.
That sort of thing. Things that clearly shouldn't be there, but are in fact there.
Right.
And how do you explain a nail being pulled out of a block of granite, for crying out loud? If the nail wasn't dropped as the granite was forming millions of years ago, which would be suggestive of that? There's the tracks of the human and the dinosaur that they have in the riverbeds in Texas. And I've heard theories that seem plausible that the dinosaur walked through the place, the area solidified. Later on, it softened up, and then a human walked through it and left his footprint. So it looks like the footprints of a human with the footprints of a dinosaur. Or it was another type of dinosaur that had a human-looking footprint. You know, they're interesting things that I think we need to look at without an idea to, well, it can't possibly be, therefore it is not.
All right. What about the source of criticism of Carl Sagan in this AP story I read you about abductions? Have you looked at the abduction phenomenon, and if so, what kind of credibility do you think it has?
I think that there is some good credibility to the abduction phenomenon. I also think there's some very poor research that's been done. If you go back and you read some of the earlier works on abductions, you see that the the technician or the hypnotherapist has asked very leading questions and has led the witness in a lot of directions. We know from our current studies about the false memory syndrome, where you can actually induce memories in people but by trying to convince them that events took place. So our level of research as researchers must increase and must improve so that those kind of criticisms can't be directed at us. But I looked at one of the abduction cases from 1973. I looked at it in 1976. And the thing that's always bothered me about this is a number of people from the same family abducted. And the oldest daughter said that she thought the abduction took place at 1 o'clock in the morning. But the mother told me that they'd filed a police report because they thought there was somebody messing with the house, some kind of an intruder, although I hesitate to use that term. And I went and found the police report. The police report had been filed at 12:40 a.m. Well, there's no way that the youngest daughter could be abducted at 1 o'clock in the morning if they were conscious enough to make a police report at 12:40. But then I discovered the youngest daughter was nearsighted, and the clock that she saw, the hands were almost the same size. So if you didn't get a look at the clock, 5 minutes after 12 looks an awful lot like 1 o'clock in the morning. And that's the kind of a detail that somebody inventing a story isn't going to make up. So something clearly happened to this family, and I don't know what it is, and it seems to fit into the abduction phenomenon. So there are some interesting cases. I don't think it's nearly as prevalent as we're led to believe, but I think there is something to the phenomenon.
Well, it winds back into what I was saying earlier, Kevin. If the abductions are real, then the implication clearly would be, if you believe in the government cover-up, that they're well aware of the abductions. So then I think, well, if that's true, there's no chance at all that they're ever going to tell us the truth or that we're going to be able to dig it out, because they've made a deal, and the chances of their revealing that are almost zero, slim and none.
Given that scenario, I think you're probably right. But the decision can be taken out of their hands, and of course, if one lands at the United Nations, then the decision is taken out of their hands. But if there is no deal between our government and the aliens to allow the abductions to take place, and if the abduction phenomenon isn't as widespread as it seems to be, then there may be no deal, and we may be able to dig something out.
That's true. Kevin, hold on just a moment. All right, back now to my guest, Kevin Randle, and your questions. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Let us go to the telephone, Kevin, on the first-time caller line. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I like to be on the air.
You are on the air.
I'm on the air right now.
Yes. When I say you're on the air, that's what it means. You there, sir? I guess he's not.
Turn down your radio.
Yeah, that's right. And turn on your mind. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Oh, Art, another good show. This is Dan from the University District in Seattle.
Yes, Dan.
I have one question I had was, now, did they recover, was one of the aliens alive, and did they have him, kept him alive for a number of years? Is that correct?
We have heard that information. We have no first-hand corroboration for it. There are a number of second-hand witnesses. Frankie Rowe, for example, whose father was a firefighter in Roswell in 1947, said that her father said one was alive, and that they put it, that they drove it out of off the impact site into the base hospital. But I have to stress, we have no first-hand corroboration for that. We've also heard that one survived a number of years after this event and died in 52, I think. Again, we have no first-hand corroboration for that at this time.
Yeah, I'd heard that also, and in light of that, it's possibly conceivable that they did find out where they're from, but they're just not, nobody knows for sure, huh?
There may be, even if the entire crew was killed, there may have been clues in the ship that would have given us a clue about where they came from, some kind of star maps or something like that. We don't have access to that information, but the government, the people who are responsible for the retrieval, may have that information. We just don't.
Okay, well, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for the call, and have a good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hi. Where are you, please?
I'm calling from Montreal, Quebec.
Montreal, Quebec. All right, great.
In Canada, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to know, many, many years ago when I was a young lad, there were two publications running simultaneously. One was Reader's Digest, which is still running. The other one was a small book of the same format called Coronet.
All right.
And somewhere around 52, 53, 54, they ran a small color pictorial in the back of Coronet, which was a common feature with the magazine at that time, and did a whole feature on Roswell. Now, I don't know whether your guest is aware of that or not, or maybe he could find some archives to go back to that.
I live in Iowa myself, and the University of Iowa has all those magazines there. We'd heard the story that one of the issues had been dealt with the crash and had disappeared completely. So we went back through them in the 40s and looked to see if there was anything missing, and there wasn't. I hadn't heard that there was something like that from Coronet in the early 50s, you say?
Well, I hope so. I remember seeing the issue, and it fascinated me. And the issue was around my family home for many years. And as a matter of fact, a few years ago when I was back home, I looked for it, but it had gone. Probably been thrown out, but I know when I was a young lad, somewhere between, let's say 10, 12 years of age, which would have, I guess, put it, 46, 56, maybe 56, 58.
Later 50s then.
Yeah.
That magazine exists, and I know they have it at the University of Iowa libraries. And I think one of the first things I'm going to do next week is go down there and take a look at the issues and see if I can find that. I hadn't heard that, and I would think that if something like that had happened prior to this point, somebody would have mentioned it and would have come forward.
All right, but it certainly is.
But it deserves further research.
Exactly.
I swear, I am telling the truth.
All right.
It did exist.
Well, I'm sure, caller, I'm sure he will follow up on it. So we'll get.
Absolutely.
All right, good.
Could I just find out how I could get a hold of your book?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. Thank you. From Montreal, how can he get your book?
You can call M. Evans and Company in New York at area code 212-688-2810, and they can provide him with the information to order it.
All right, repeat the number.
It's area code 212-688-2810. And it should be available in the bookstores, both in the United States and Canada, so you should be able to order it through the bookstore as well.
All right, very good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good morning.
Hello, this is Gary from Kennewick.
From Kennewick, Washington, yes.
Anyway, like the guy was talking before, said where was it coming from. I heard several guys talking before, the polar shifts, that these guys may be from inside Earth.
Well, or from Earth at some prior civilization, yes.
Or they could be from the Earth in the future, coming back through time travel to take a look at us as well.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, and that would seem to go more along with the evolution, humans evolving up into a different-looking form.
Well, I suppose that could be. All right, thank you. We're very short on time here on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi. How's it going? I'm calling from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I just had a few questions for your guest.
Okay.
Well, I was kind of wondering, I've seen a lot of weird things around here, too, in New Mexico and stuff like that, but, and they're talking about all this stuff and where they're coming from. You never know. They could be, from galaxies far away. You know what I mean? What does he think on that?
That, I suppose, is what he thinks.
Well, yeah, clearly I believe they're extraterrestrial. They come from, not from inside our solar system, because there doesn't seem a planet that would be capable of supporting life, so they come from another solar system inside our galaxy, I would assume.
All right, wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle, and not a lot of time. Hi, where are you calling from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, okay, turn your radio off. That's good. All right, you're on the air with Kevin. Do you have a question? All right, are you going to turn the radio off?
It's off.
Thank you. Do you have
Well, I think this is marvelous, and I started calling so I could get information on how to get his book. I do have a story about a flying saucer, which are probably millions of them. But my folks and I were in 1952 going from Kingman, Arizona to Las Vegas, and...
All right, listen, we're not going to have time for that. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'll give you an option. Do you want to hold on?
Oh, no, that's okay. I know. Well, I was just... I'm glad that this is all coming out.
All right, well, keep listening then. We'll tell you how to get hold of the book. Kevin, we'll be right back with you. This is Coast to Coast AM. Kevin Randle is my guest. He is co-author, along with Donald Schmidt, of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, New Mexico. I added the state there. I assume you know it's Roswell. And that's what we're talking about, the possibility that a UFO crashed, alien beings and ships were recovered, and what that means for us. And, of course, the moment this is actually proven, beyond any shadow of a doubt, it will be the biggest story of all of human history. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, good. A lot of calls, so why don't we go back to the phones?
Okay.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dino in SeaTac.
SeaTac, Washington, yes.
That's right. Kevin, I wanted to ask you, do you have any idea where the remains of the crash would be kept now at this present time? And also, I would assume that if the government had recovered bodies, that they would also have them still. Do you have any idea where that would be?
The best information we have is part of the debris went to the Los Alamos National Laboratory. The craft itself and the majority of the debris and the bodies eventually made it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Field at the time. One of the bodies supposedly went to Lowry Army Airfield in 1947 because that's where the Army had its mortuary service. The information we have now is that the craft and the bodies are located in a special facility in the middle of Nevada, which is not part of the Groom Lake, Dreamland Area 51 complex. But that information about it being in Nevada is pretty speculative. We can trace the stuff in 47 to the bases in Ohio, and we've got evidence it was there for a period after that. And then we have other things that tell us where it may have gone or where it may be still. But, of course, you don't dispose of unique samples, so they're somewhere.
So the best guess is it's here in Nevada. Nearly anything anybody can't explain seems to end up in Nevada.
Right.
All right, caller, thank you very much. We are the repository, in some cases the suppository for a great deal of the nation's ills. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hi, good morning, Art. Glad to talk to you. Calling from Portland, Oregon.
Portland, yes, sir.
I have a question or a comment. First of all, great show. I listen to you every evening.
Thank you.
On this whole thing about abduction, what I don't understand, and I've kind of failed to believe, is that if the government had a deal made with these aliens to kind of look the other way for an abduction, why would they go through abducting and keeping it as a hot topic when wouldn't they be able to find volunteers to have them study or learn?
Well, would you volunteer?
Oh, in a second.
Would you really?
Oh, yes, I would.
After what I've heard about abductions, I certainly wouldn't.
Oh, I would.
I mean, we're talking tables here, medical procedures, long needles, and you'd volunteer?
Oh, sure. It wouldn't be any different than some of the physicals that we go through here today.
Well,
and I think that the exchange of knowledge, it would seem that if they had volunteers, there would be less reports of abductions, and then you got the movies, you've got the reports. It would keep the whole issue of aliens in the news. You'd want to keep it secret, I would think. All right. What do you think, Kevin?
The problem is we're forced to speculate what an alien mind would be thinking, and we just don't have a basis for that kind of a speculation. And I'm not sure that there is any kind of agreement between our government and the aliens to allow the abduction to go on. It may be something they've just decided to do, but I don't think it's nearly as widespread as we're being led to believe. I think it's a much more limited phenomenon than is being reported.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Okay, this is Roy. I'm in Vancouver.
Yes.
Yeah, first-time caller, but haven't been able to get through. Just wanted to let Kevin know that I was about 4 years old when it happened down there in Roswell, and I remember seeing the flash which scared me the dickens. And then
you mean you were in Roswell and actually saw it?
No, I was actually in Phoenix.
You were in Phoenix?
See that flash from Phoenix? Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, no kidding.
No kidding. And like I say, it scared me to death. And later in life, when I figured out what it was, and then I've become a believer, but I'm not kidding you one bit.
All right. Well, I thank you. you know, that worries me a little bit, Kevin. Why would anybody become a believer based on the fact that they saw a flash in the sky and it coincides with the rest at Roswell? Without seeing what happened at Roswell, to become a believer on the basis of a flash?
Well, my question would be, how does he relate it to the crash at Roswell? If he was 4 or 5 years old, how does he know it was related to that? The best evidence we had is that there was no flash. There was a streak of light that was seen, but the people who saw it were all in the Roswell area, and it was wasn't very high in the atmosphere when it happened. Otherwise, we would have had reports like that from all over the Southwest, and we could write that off as some kind of a meteoric phenomenon or an astronomical phenomenon. So the fact he's in Phoenix, and I just don't see how that would relate to Roswell at all.
Well, I'm worried that he would make that leap of faith, I guess you'd say.
I agree.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling you from Iowa City, Iowa.
Iowa City, Iowa, okay.
And it's a dumb question, but how come we can get pictures of aliens with Clinton and Limbaugh on supermarket tabloids, but I can never find one with my camera?
All right, thank you. I don't know what to do with that.
Well, it's because they're making up the pictures of the aliens with Clinton and Rush Limbaugh and the fool. We're trying to find real evidence. There's the difference.
There is, however, a good question buried in that humor, and it is, Kevin, with all of the video recorders and all of the cameras and all of the UFOs, it seems like we ought to have better photographic evidence than we do, or do we have good evidence?
We have some very good photographic evidence. There was a picture taken in McMinnville, Oregon, for example, in 1950 that's very good. Or the Rex Heflin pictures from California in 1966. There was some good video footage just taken coincidentally in Roswell in, I think it was late March of this year, that they've shown on television a number of times that is very provocative. But I think the difference is, when we're talking about a UFO, it's very close to the ground. It's not seen over a wide area, so that the opportunities to film it or photograph it are somewhat limited. And I know of cases where people are just in awe of what they're seeing with a camera hanging around their necks, and they never think to use them.
I'm afraid
a combination of all of that.
Yeah, that really is true. I've had one UFO sighting, Kevin. I had no camera. People called me up later and said, well, how come you didn't have a camera? Well, because I don't carry a camera around as a normal part of my life. And even if I'd had one, the chances of getting it out in the dark situation I was in, getting it focused, and getting anything at all usable would be slim and none.
Yeah, I think people also overlook that if you're trying to photograph an object that is fairly small in the sky that you can make out with your eye, but when you try to photograph it, you lose an awful lot of detail. There's a lot of variables involved. There have been some very good photographic evidence, but even if we had outstanding photographs taken tomorrow, that's not going to prove it, because with the technology available today, you can fake things so many different ways, and it's impossible to detect.
It's absolutely true, and so photographic evidence, or the value of it, is diminishing as we begin to deal with each pixel.
Yeah, right.
All right. Is there anything, Kevin, do you think, that is going to come along, either your book or follow-up to your book, or more evidence that at any point is going to blow this thing wide open?
There are hints of documentation that we might be able to get our hands on. And when I say we, I mean we as a community, as opposed to Don and me specifically, that may provide us with a way of breaking the thing wide open. There may be some eyewitness testimony that if the specific people will come forward, and there is the talk of 1 or 2 major generals who are involved in it. I think if you get someone of that stature to come forward, say, yes, I was directly involved, and this is what I saw, that will go a long way to adding to our credibility.
The smoking saucer, so to speak.
Absolutely.
All right, Kevin, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back. Back now to Kevin Randle and your calls. Kevin, are you there?
I certainly am.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Kevin, I have a question about the movie that I saw quite a few years ago called, it was either Hangar 18 or Hangar 19.
Hangar 18.
Oh, yes.
Hangar 18. That was a fascinating movie, and wasn't that supposed to involve Roswell?
It was my understanding is when they started to do the movie, they originally had an idea to do a documentary in the same vein as the Search for Noah's Ark. But they couldn't find the people who would go on the record for them, so then they decided to write a movie and made it up from that point. So I guess you could say it's very, very loosely based on the Roswell crash, but it's basically a work of fiction.
Well, okay, so because they actually showed it going down somewhere in Arizona.
And I think it was a result of a crash with, it collided with a space shuttle or a rocket.
Space shuttle, yes. And the astronauts were involved trying to track it down when they landed.
But
so
it's all fiction.
No, okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting program you're on, and I hope we can blow the lid off it. They did have an Encounters program on, and also X-Files followed up and mentioned it at Roswell tonight.
Oh, no kidding.
It was very interesting. I recorded both of them.
There's so much going on now, and I've missed that one. Doggone it. All right, thank you very much, caller. Kevin, you're doing a thing up in Portland this weekend. And again, before I lose track of time, please tell them where it is, how they can come see you in Portland.
Well, it's being held at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in Portland, Oregon on Sunday at 2 p.m. They can just show up there with their cash in hand and get in. But for ticket information, they can also call 224-8499. And that involves me, Don Schmidt, and Michael Linneman.
Michael Linneman. Michael is really something. He's a wonderful speaker, and you are too, so I guess this is going to be a pretty good affair.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I think Michael was on the Encounters program tonight as well.
Oh, and I'm... doggone it, there's just too much out there. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Dennis calling from Portland.
Yes, Dennis.
Fantastic show.
Thank you.
Credible people with credible information in this field are few and far between, and this is the one I've been waiting for because Kevin Randle is one of the top people in that category.
Right.
Thank you. Your $5 is in the mail, by the way.
I was wondering if you could maybe comment a little bit for me on the government line that this is a popped weather balloon, and if so, why did they threaten people with death over keeping this quiet?
Oh, yes. Purportedly or allegedly, Kevin, there were threats made. Can you document that?
Well, we've talked to a number of people. One of them is Frankie Rowe, who is a 12-year-old girl, was visited by 4 military people, and she was told that if she talked about this, the family would end up at Orchard Park, which was a prisoner of war camp, and she'd be taken out in the desert, and she wouldn't come back.
Oh, my.
Now, you could assume that maybe the 12-year-old misunderstood what she was being told by the military. She overreacted to it. We've had it corroborated by other family members, but there are other civilians. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, was told he'd be picking his bones out of the sand. Sheriff Wilcox's family, Sheriff Wilcox was told that if he talked about it, his family would be killed. One of the deputies that we found still alive said he wouldn't talk to us because he didn't want to get shot. So we can document through the testimony of the people involved that they clearly were threatened. And it's absolutely correct. Why, if it's just a weather balloon, or even if it's a secret project, why are they threatening people with those kinds of dire consequences when other secrets have not been guarded with that kind of savagery?
Well, if all of that is true, and they were threatening to shoot people for looking into it, what makes you think you're not going to attract some lead?
I think that at this point, their best move is just to leave us alone. Because if they start trying to stop our talking about this or suppress the information, they're giving us a tacit admission that we're right. But by leaving us alone, it's such an incredible secret, people have a tendency not to believe it.
It's true. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Turn your radio off and tell us where you're calling from.
Portland, Oregon.
Turn your radio off.
Okay.
That's good. Go ahead now.
Hey, I read a story when I was a young man that it said that at the end of the World War II, that OSA or the Secret Service, they went into Germany and the Russians and the Americans and everything, and they split the scientists and everything, and they had an identical plane prior to 1947 that was identified, and they said they had several prototypes, Nazi Germany.
You're talking about the Horton Brothers designs.
I'm not sure about that.
They had a number of flying wings designs. They also had what was called the Comet, which is sort of a tailless aircraft, as they called it. A lot of the German scientists ended up at White Sands or Alamogordo through Operation Paperclip at the end of World War II.
Operation Paperclip. All right. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Rick, a rebellious cab driver out of Portland, and I wanted to ask your guest if he had a take on the incident that Richard Hoagland brought up, referring to a firefight in the sky up against something over the skies of Los Angeles in 1942.
The only thing I know is what the conventional wisdom is, that it was supposedly written off as war nerves and hysteria, and there was nothing really being shot at by the people. They thought there was something there. That's the only thing I know about it. I haven't heard that Richard Hoagland has any evidence or any theories that go beyond that.
But when you have mass sightings and you write it off as war jitters, that's like talking about swamp gas.
Oh, absolutely correct. And I haven't really looked into that. I'm saying that's all I know about
I
it,
see.
is what I've been told.
All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from San Diego.
Yes, ma'am.
And I had occasion about a week ago to see some incredible videos. I guess they're kind of being circulated underground. They had to do with the sightings that were massive sightings in Mexico at the time of the solar eclipse in the early 90s. And, of course, people had their video cameras, and they had their 35 millimeters because they were taking pictures of the eclipse. And there are tremendous numbers of videos from Mexico City, Puebla,
yes,
that went across the whole part of the continent that followed the solar eclipse.
As a matter of fact, I've heard the same rumors, thank you, ma'am, that there are a lot of pictures that have come from Mexico. Do you know anything about that, Kevin?
I've heard the same thing, and that's about. I heard that there were some massive sightings in the Mexico City area, and there was some good videotape taken, and that's really about all I know about it.
All right. It seems to me we need one central clearinghouse for all this stuff. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
How you doing, Mr. Bell? This is Woodinville, Washington.
Yes, hi.
How you doing? I got a little story to relate, if I may.
It's going to have to be a little one.
Okay. 4 boys. They were 10 years old, 1962. We were camping out. We were all watching the stars, counting shooting stars, and a ball of fire shot across right over the top of us, going horizontal. We thought it was, really crazy. But over the years, I've decided that it wasn't a flying saucer, but it was something that was statically controlled. It made a noise like a razor or something. It made noise and it left a little trail. And over the years, I've read things about in Southern California, all sorts of those things were spotted.
All right. Thank you. Would anything go horizontal, Kevin? Anything that's re-entering, particularly at what appears to be a low altitude?
I think even meteors can appear to travel almost horizontally.
Oh, but not at a low altitude, though.
No, they would be at a much higher altitude, and I believe the dynamics of the re-entry is such that at low altitude you wouldn't have anything appear to go horizontally unless it's controlled in some fashion.
All right. Well, listen,
might have been.
We are running now very short on time, and I want to wish you luck this weekend. We'll do it one more time. You are going to be where and when?
Okay, it's the Red Lion Lloyd Center in Portland, Oregon. It's for ticket information, then call 224-8499. It's Don Schmidt, it's Michael Lindemann, and it's me talking about various aspects of the UFO phenomena. It begins at 2 o'clock.
Excellent. And your book that is, and Donald Schmidt's book, how do they get hold of this book?
The bookstore should have it. If they don't have it in the bookstore, they can order it from M. Evans Publishers.
Okay, Kevin, you have been a grand guest, and
Thank you.
What I would like to do is get hold of you or have you get hold of me and book you in on Dreamland, our other program.
Oh, delighted to do so. Once I get back home, I'll give you a call next week.
I'll look forward to it, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, that's Kevin Randle, co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. What we're going to do now is pause at the top of the hour, do a little bit of news, come back, and open the... Well, we'll do a normal open, and There's an awful lot of news to talk about. Things are popping all over the place, so we're about to get into it. Brace yourself. A Friday night, Saturday morning, from the high desert to the nation, this is Coast to Coast AM. Get ready. Here comes Open Line Talk Radio. We do not screen calls. We don't even know what's coming next. I'm going to give you a couple of things to think about here because there is a lot of news going on for a Saturday morning. Hey, it's the weekend, everybody, but wow, the news. No doubt about it, a legal bombshell. The defense of O.J. Simpson received what is certainly a remarkable boost yesterday when a judge did something that I have never seen a judge do before, and indeed it is confirmed as being very unusual. He went along with a request by Simpson's attorney. He asked members or queried members of a grand jury considering an indictment against Simpson for murder if they had been affected by the massive publicity surrounding this case. The answer was yes, and the grand jury was ordered immediately dissolved. Incredibly. So, while the case against Simpson goes on, the job of prosecuting just got a lot harder. Attorney Shapiro charged, quote, prejudicial and improper expressions of personal opinions and uncorrected false and misleading descriptions of evidence uncovered in the investigation of this case, end quote. The judge bought it. The order is done. The grand jury action is ended. The files are sealed permanently. Now, what brought this on? Well, a whole raft of things brought it on. The 911 tapes were said to be exactly what I told you they were, very prejudicial. And the fact is, some members of that grand jury apparently heard them. But that's not all. That's not all. Marcia Clark, the prosecutor in the case, I can only imagine this must have been a mistake, a slip of the lip, but what a slip of the lip. She said, and I quote, Mr. Simpson is charged alone because he is the sole murderer, end quote. Well, that's got to be a mistake, a slip of the lip, eh, Marcia? Because you never say he is the sole murderer. You say he is the sole murder suspect, or something like that. You don't say the sole murderer. That would have to be considered somewhat prejudgmental and certainly very prejudicial, and so it's another one of the mistakes made. Now the evidence. Are you ready for even more changes? Remember the bloody ski mask? Doesn't exist. They've got a blue ski cap they might have found there, but not a ski mask. No blood on it. Remember the bloody clothing yesterday? Yesterday's story was supposed to be in the washing machine in his house. Well, the LAPD has thus far had no comment on that evidence at all. Remember the supposed Army entrenching tool that was found as the murder weapon? LA Times, Daily News, rather, reported that. LAPD denies it. No entrenching tool. No murder weapon. Remember the report of blood in the golf bag? LAPD now denies it. Not true. Remember the report of scratches on Simpson's hand? Incredibly, Shapiro denies it. Not even a scratch. Maybe just one little mark where he had a broken glass. Nothing more, they say, than paper cuts. Paper cuts. Incredible. Remember the concealed hand? The hand under the bag all the way to Chicago? The flight attendant now denies she ever said anything like that. And in fact, the passenger who sat all that time with O.J. also didn't see it. Then, of course, there's Garcetti, one of the prosecutors, who said, well, he wouldn't be surprised. Last Sunday on Brinkley, he wouldn't be surprised to see a confession forthcoming from O.J. the pre-trial hearing, in other words, the prosecution of O.J. is now going to go forward, but I don't know where it's going to go. Where's the meat? Where's the evidence? There'll be a pre-trial hearing on Thursday. Can he possibly get a fair trial? I'm beginning to wonder if, in fact, he can. You know, in a lot of cases, they say, well, it's going to be hard, but, we'll get a jury. And they got one for Rodney King. Maybe they're going to get one for O.J., but I just don't see how this man can get a fair trial anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, and I'm not even so sure we could change the venue to Europe and get a fair trial. Do you think he actually might beat the charge? Might beat it? On Thursday, in this pretrial hearing, they will decide whether or not there is enough evidence to even bring him to trial. And I guess I've got to ask, where indeed is the evidence? Remember the groundskeeper? There's another one. Kalin, I think his name is, Cato Kalin. He's going to testify for O.J., not against O.J. So what's going to happen on Thursday? Well, I'll tell you, the prosecution had better have its evidence together, or that judge could set O.J. free. Might have to set him free. Without a DNA test against Simpson, do they have any case at all? I'm beginning to wonder. And so what began at the beginning of the week as what seemed like overwhelming evidence against O.J., we end the week with anything but overwhelming evidence. In fact, a question in my mind about whether they even have enough evidence to hold him over for trial. And have you heard the latest? Now, O.J.'s very capable attorney is aided by none other than Alan Dershowitz and Melvin Belli. That's right, Melvin Belli, actively involved. Boy, what a character he is. Melvin's something else, very effective. So is Dershowitz. It's almost the equivalent of the hand of the creator coming down on O.J.'s legal defense team's side or something. It's unbelievable, the power of the attorneys on his side. And I'm frankly beginning to wonder where they are with this case. So that's where the O.J. Simpson story sits this morning, and it is nothing other than incredible. So if you have comments, they're welcome, of course. Then the economy. Brace yourself. There is more severe trouble for the dollar on the world currency markets. Big trouble yesterday, folks. It's beginning to cause a domino effect that is knocking down dominoes on Wall Street. It may require yet another interest rate hike. Wall Street doesn't like that idea one bit. And the Dow fell 62 points yesterday, 140 points since Monday, not good. The dollar is falling against other currencies despite the best efforts of the central banks of the world. They've been intervening, buying dollars. It has not helped. The dollar has continued to plunge near the 100 yen mark, for example, right now. Not good. So my question, despite Greenspan's a statement the other day about the relative health of the U.S. economy, I know there are a lot of you out there that watch all of this very carefully, and I would ask you this morning, where are we going? What have we got here? How serious is this? When you have a currency fall, unchecked by even central bank intervention, you've got something fairly serious going on. So where do you all think this is going? Another interest rate hike? Wall Street crash? Currency devaluation? What's going on here? Yesterday, a Supreme Court ruling that affects just about every landowner in America. Do you own land? The question is, How much power should the federal government have to regulate landowners? In other words, the federal government coming to you and telling you what you must do with your land in a certain way to preserve the environment. The case stems from the Portland area. A lot of news up there lately. Tigard, Oregon specifically. And the question was, if the owner of a plumbing supply business up there wanted to have a bigger store, she, in this case she, must give the local government 1/10 of her land. Just give it to the government. So that the government, in this case the municipality, could build a bike path and provide for flood control. Well, I understand the flood control, but since when you want to increase a business on your own damn land, do you have to give some to the city that within which you reside so they can have a bike path? Well, the Supreme Court said no, barely. In a 5-4 vote, they said there was, listen to this, not enough of a connection between the city's demands and the effects of expanding the business. But it was close, very close, a 5-4 vote. And that should scare the whiskers right off you. Well, political news, there's a lot of that. Mr. Clinton has had a terrible week. Now, I don't know if he's still in St. Louis, where he was earlier in the day, but he may be. And I guess he was doing a talk show on KMOX, our affiliate's competitor there in St. Louis. And the president took off, really began to complain bitterly about the religious right in America. Falwell, who, as you know, is distributing a tape with a number of people who don't have much good to say about the president. In some cases, very serious allegations, which I, too, agree are kind of too far out for me, thank you. But he complained bitterly about Falwell and his tape. The president took off on Rush Limbaugh. As a matter of fact, he said on that show, after I get off the air today, Rush Limbaugh will have 3 hours to say anything he wants, and I won't have the opportunity to respond, and there's no truth detector, end quote. Well, since when does the President of the United States feel it necessary to take off at a talk show host? I'll tell you what it sounds like. If you listen to the President's words, and you read not very far between the lines, it would be pretty simple to translate this complaint to legislation in the form of regurgitating the fairness doctrine. Now I can just feel it in my bones. Rush Limbaugh, in his typical way, responded by saying, well, does this mean the president's going to start agreeing with me with regard to the comment about the truth detector? So what do you think about what the president said? What do you think this means? What does it mean? Does it mean the president is getting ready to come after the talk show hosts? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mr. President, if you're still in St. Louis at this hour, you're welcome to call this program, and I'll certainly put you on the air, Mr. President. You're welcome to respond to Rush, anything he said or anything I've said, and I've said a lot. So has Rush. So have a lot of others. Is the day of the talk show about to end, ladies and gentlemen? Is that what our president was suggesting? Well, this one ought to put a little crick in your neck. This comes from Reuters News Service, and I picked it off internet. A British scientific research body said Friday it's found evidence of a rapid rise in temperature in Antarctica that could cause a global disaster. The British Antarctic Survey's Faraday Research Base on the Antarctic Peninsula has recorded the fastest sustained warming since worldwide temperature records began 130 years ago. The rise is the fastest we've got on record. People should be looking to the future, or the consequences could be quite dire, according to Dr. John King, head of the survey's meteorological group. Temperatures at Faraday have been recorded since 1947, interesting year, show a rise of about a half a degree centigrade a decade. Scientists fear the sensitive Antarctic region is acting as a warning beacon that the global climate is rising. It could be a sentinel region, according to King. The global warming theory predicts man-made pollutants in the atmosphere will trap the sun's heat, warming the globe, melting the polar ice sheets. Not good. The subsequent rise in world water levels would submerge vast tracts of inhabited land. Are you listening, Seattle? Are you listening, San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego? Gurgle, gurgle. So there it That's Reuters news from London. It sounds to me as though they're saying, look out, it's going to melt. It's going to melt. It's getting hot. You think that's true? Or do you think that's a bunch of baloney? All right, we'll get to two-way talk here in a moment. An awful lot to talk about this morning. Before the bottom of the hour, let's try one call. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Charlie, liberal in California.
Hallelujah.
First of all, let me just say that I want to thank Bill Clinton for finally coming out and giving these religious Bible thumpers who are trying to take over a political party what for.
Yeah, really let him have it, didn't he?
Well, I think they're finally starting to realize that normal people out there are not going to stand for this. And I think it was the thing. It was the thing with.
You know what he did, Charles? He actually called Falwell. He said it was not a very Christian thing of him to do, and saying.
Falwell, let's face it, the Reverend, and I use the term loosely.
The Reverend
Falwell. I mean, the guy's a scuzz. The guy's a scuzz bucket. Those guys get on TV, they collect all this money. It's just like that fool who got on TV a couple years ago and said God was going to kill him if people didn't send in money to him. I mean, that's the level that these guys are at.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't call him a scuzz bucket. I think that, don't you worry about being eternally damned, Charles?
No, when that guy did that, I was going to call into his show and say, I'm going to send the money to God so he can hurry up and kill the guy. I mean, I could care less whether God killed him or not. But what Bill Clinton's basically saying is that these people have no right to involve themselves in politics to the level that they've done.
And how about that Rush Limbaugh?
Rush Limbaugh, the man is politically extreme, and he's got an open air 3 hours a day.
Yes.
To basically attack and lie about Bill Clinton's record. And when you've got somebody lying about your record 3 hours a day, that's bound to distort every single thing that you're doing.
And by God, it's got to be stopped. We need a little regulation.
The man is making.
Hey, Charles, I'm at the bottom of the hour. Do you want to hold on?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, all right. Man has got to go, doesn't he? Got to go. Pretty lippy, 3 hours a day. He's got to go. Absolutely on a Saturday morning. And unlike newspapers that bury it on the last page, if I made a mistake, I'll put it right here on the front page. I think I said that the attorneys are now working on the side of O.J. were Alan Dershowitz and Melvin Belli. I probably meant to say Alan Dershowitz and F. Lee Bailey. And it is a pretty close association because I heard, it was F. Lee Bailey, I guess, not Melvin Belli. It seems like Melvin ought to be involved, though. F. Lee Bailey, I think, consults now, they said, on a daily basis. Isn't that what they said? So That's being very closely involved indeed with the case. Here is from St. Louis, Dateline St. Louis, a prodigy internet story. President Clinton, in an airborne live radio interview Friday, heatedly lashed out at Rush Limbaugh and other conservative radio talk show hosts, accusing them of, quote, a constant, unremitting drumbeat of cynicism, end quote. In a phone call to a St. Louis talk radio station, MOX it is, from Air Force One, Clinton also took on evangelical Christian broadcasters, mentioning Jerry Falwell by name. Said, quote, remember, Jesus threw the money changers out of the temple. Didn't try to take over the job of the money changers, Clinton said. Ooh. That's pretty severe stuff. Now back to one in sympathy with that kind of rhetoric. Charles, you're back on the air again.
Well, you're damn right Bill Clinton should be upset. I think it would be on the same level if I got a radio talk show and I constantly, 3 hours a day, was bombarding you. Art Bell was late paying his taxes. Art Bell was always late showing up for work.
Charlie, don't you really want to retain the right to do that, though? I mean, one day you might want to go on the radio.
Well, here's what the
Come on, Charlie, answer that.
Well, I'm not saying that the
well,
man
what
should
are
be
you
taken
saying?
off the radio.
What are you saying
Here's
then?
the main thing. Let me give you a rare compliment. It's sure you distort Bill Clinton's record, and sure you're an extremist, and sure sometimes you don't know what you're talking
Get
about.
to the damn compliment. Come on.
At least you don't spend 90% of your show bombarding Bill Clinton. You spend like 40% of your show bombarding Bill Clinton and 60% of your show talking about Martians building towers on the moon. But at least that's 50-50. This guy basically should change his show from the Rush Limbaugh show to the Attack Bill Clinton show, because that's all he does.
Fine, bitch. All right, but listen, Charlie, if he can have, in other words, I guess we're saying he has a right to have the Attack Bill Clinton show if that's what he wants it to be. And you have a right to have an Attack Art Bell show if you want it to be that way. Now, Charlie, you don't want to lose that right, do you?
No, but what Bill Clinton is saying is that it's a right, but it's irresponsible, and there's a difference between giving people rights and just letting people do what the heck they want to do.
All right,
I think he's crossed. I think he's crossed over that line, and I think what Bill Clinton is saying is we need to push Rush Limbaugh back a little, and we absolutely must stop the religious right. And I think the people like yourself, well, you're an extremist, but I mean normal people, even in the Republican Party, should fear the religious Bible thumpers from getting into the political ring.
All right, thank you. Well, that's a point of view. I'll accept that. It's a point of view, not one I share, but it's a point of view. The question is how you, quote, knock or push people like Rush Limbaugh back. See, what you're ignoring is that he's now on, 600 and some odd radio stations? So how do you push him back, Charles? You might wish him back, but I don't know about pushing him back, unless you want to regulate, unless you want to tamper around under the hood with the First Amendment a little bit. Maybe regap the plugs in the First Amendment engine. Is that what you want to do, Charles? We're on almost 100, just about 100. Matter of fact, we're going to be celebrating, I think, 100 radio stations next week, or at the latest, the week after. I don't know. We'll have to see how it... we just got another affiliate in Michigan, I think, yesterday, up near the Canadian border. So I guess what I'm saying is my show, Rush's show, a lot of other shows out there are immensely popular, and they are where they are, not because of anybody's particular political view, but because of popularity. Because of popularity. Because it gets ratings, because people listen, because sponsors sponsor, because they're going viable entities. So unless you're willing to regulate or legislate against shows like this one, or Rush's, you might be a wishing and a hoping, but you better not be pushing and a shoving. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is James Spokane, 1230 KSBN.
Good. Welcome to the program.
I should say a sad Spokane in light of
Yes, of course.
just the last week. It's a bizarre twilight zone. In regards to this ubiquitous 911 phone call,
yes,
I've been listening to it just out of the fact that it's on every channel.
You couldn't miss it. That's right.
And it strikes me as being very strange. It almost sounds like it could be a staged phone call. And I say that in just the fact that in the length of time she's on the phone talking to the dispatcher, she doesn't seem really too upset, and he's in the back.
Oh, I don't know where you get that. I mean, she was saying, look, he's about to come beat the S out of me, you know?
Well, no, it's the other call when he was supposedly talking out the back door to the person that lived
Oh, yes.
in the back.
Yes.
And then she just, and then all of a sudden, he never comes to the whole time, and like if he was wanting to gain access, he would have came and confronted her.
Well, I will say this.
And asked her, who are you talking to? Or
I
whatever.
will say this. On the basis of the telephone calls, there's a lot of screaming and yelling, but there's no a thumping and a hitting. Not any that I was able to hear.
And
anyway.
then you hear like this knock where he sounds like he's closer, and he's supposed to be checking a bedroom door to see who's behind it or something.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just think that the whole thing you're going to find out it's some kind of a setup.
The phone calls prove they had a bad marriage. It proves that they fought like cats and dogs, and that there may have been a lot going on. What it does not prove is that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Simpson and Mr. Goldman.
I'll bet you he didn't, Art. You know, another thing that disturbed me was they showed video of Nicole's sister removing articles, and showed her in with a box and putting them in her trunk out of this Nicole's house, and that seems highly irregular.
This whole case, sir, is highly irregular.
She could have been removing all kinds of things that would have been, you know.
Count this as one of the biggest stories of the year, maybe the biggest. Thank you very much for the call. A really big story. And whether, I'll tell you, there is the possibility that the prosecution will not be able to muster enough evidence to even ensure that he's bound over for trial. Do you realize that in the prelim hearing, which begins next week? Should that occur, he'd be cut loose. He'd be back on the street. No telling where that one would go. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, my name is Otis from St. Louis, KSD.
Good morning, Otis. Is the president still there?
No, I think he left after a private $1,000 a pop dinner tonight.
I see. Attended well, I suppose?
Well, I didn't get a chance to make it down. Being a 24-year-old, I don't really have $1,000 to blow. But, you know, one of the things that bothered me, I've been keeping a track on the news, and me and a buddy of mine were listening to the comments that I came across on KMOX.
Yes.
And what I have found, which really scares me about my generation, which is pretty screwed up at the time, is the general attitude is that they believe with basically what Clinton says. They're pretty much anti-religious, very socialist.
I kind of felt sorry for the talk host on KMOX. I don't know who it was, but the president jumped all over his stuff. I mean, the poor guy simply asked Clinton about the thievery, or maybe it shouldn't be called thievery, souvenir hunting of the White House staff while they were on board this aircraft carrier, right?
Right. Well, you know,
And the president came unglued at the guy, and, you know, as a talk show host, I mean, after all, having the president of the United States on, that must have been a rough one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the host tried to ask him a few questions, and it sounded like to me that President Clinton just basically was livid and basically lost his cool.
Yeah, he lost it.
But you know, one of the interesting things that
I agree with you. You know what the White House said later? The White House said, "Oh no," and they had this thing where he was shouting. They said he wasn't angry. He was just having to shout over the aircraft noise going on or something or another. Baloney. This guy was crawling out of his skin.
Right. Well, I saw video footage on that just probably about an hour ago, and the hosts of the show were looking at each other in amazement, like, I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, being a young man here in St. Louis and interacting with a lot of people of my generation, you know, I've been called a racist, an extremist. I've been put down.
Oh, me too.
Haven't
Haven't
come
they?
up to me and argue with me all the time.
Haven't they called you a Nazi yet?
Yes, I've been
they
called
have.
that. In fact,
See,
a
I
friend
knew.
of mine 2 days ago basically called me a neo-Nazi
Nazi,
and told me that I should be put in a concentration camp.
Uh-huh.
And that's a switch on terms.
Probably bunk right next to Falwell.
Well, it's interesting. It's kind of scary. There are a number of people that you know. I was in Chicago about 3 weeks ago with a bunch of people, mid-20s. Most of them are going to law school, and what really surprised me, we got into a lot of political discussions while we were out on the town, and of the 25 people I happened to be out with at the time, 22 of them basically said that they were socialist and they thought that it would be okay to give up their rights. And that scares me because that's a predominant attitude amongst the 20-something generation.
Well, I thought a lot of what the president had to say yesterday was very chilling indeed, because it feels like a precursor to either regulation or legislation that would attempt to silence such critics.
Uh-huh. Well, you know what is amazing to me? Him being the President of the United States, if anybody has the ability to get his word and his message out, it's this man. And, you know, I mean, who is he to start going off and putting down talk show hosts? This is a free country where it used to be. I'm not so sure if my generation is going to have much of a free country in the next 10 to 20 years or even in the next couple. But
Yeah.
who is he?
I kind of wonder about the same thing, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder about the same thing. And I asked almost that very question in a different forum yesterday morning. In another 30 or 50 years, as we all look back at America's history, on roughly what date do you think we will conclude that American individualism, American basic freedoms, as described in the Bill of Rights, basically began to disappear? What sort of historical judgment would you make about that? A lot of people said in the 70s, Art. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Dr. Democrat.
Oh, Dr. Democrat.
Good morning, Art. Charlie was absolutely right about the religious right and Rush Limbaugh.
Was he?
Absolutely right, and I got a lot more to add.
Well, let's talk about where it goes. You know, you complain and you bitch and you moan about Rush and about Jerry Falwell and the religious right and all the rest of it. Let's get to the bottom line, Doc. What do you want done?
I think most Americans believe in the separation of church and state. And I don't think they want people, fanatics, like Jerry Falwell or Pat Robertson, getting into the White House or getting into Congress and telling the American people that if you don't believe the way we believe, you're not an American. We're going to have religious wars and all kinds of things that the Republicans said in the 1992 Republican Convention. I don't think America wants that. And I think I have a lot of Republican friends that are pretty worried and pretty upset about this. In fact, a couple of them are thinking about leaving the Republican Party.
Oh, no.
And when you get a guy like Falwell who's selling a videotape for $19.95 that accuses the President of the United States of murder, he's a radical. And what has happened here is that Falwell and Robertson have taken over the Republican Party, and the Republican Party got shaky knees.
All right, Doc. We're in the same old rut here. We're doing what the president did, bitch and moan. Question is, what do you want to do about it?
Well, no, I don't want to do anything about it because I'm not worried about it because it's going to hurt the Republicans in the elections. So I hope they keep it up and escalate it myself. But I'm just bringing out the facts of life. And as far as Limbaugh goes, he'll throw out anything across the radio. He won't exactly say, you know, I got evidence, I think it's 100% true, but what he'll say, he'll just throw out anything that some hobo in Arkansas will bring up. Any allegation that has no evidence, that's unfounded, he'll throw it out there to try to make people think it's true, because so many people think Limbaugh is God. You know, all the ditto heads out there, they think that they're brainwashed is what they are. And believe me, I don't want to do anything about it.
You don't want to do anything about it?
Nothing at all, because Clinton is absolutely right. Now, Clinton hasn't said a word about this for 18 months. He's let those people run their mouths, and now he's getting fed up with it because they're throwing such dirty charges at him. It's the most dirty pool I've ever seen. I mean, it's okay to bash. It's okay to criticize his policies and dissect them and analyze them. And
Well, okay, then I'll deal with it at this level. What do you think the president's criticism of Limbaugh will do? Will it bring Limbaugh to his knees?
Oh, no, not at all. He'll have fun with it. But the thing of it is that I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's setting up a foundation for a backlash against Limbaugh and the Republicans.
Yes, a legislative or regulatory backlash, Doc.
No,
yes.
No, once Whitewater, once Clinton is not guilty of murder, once they can't prove Paula Jones, when all these charges that you guys have been bringing up are proven to be not true, the Republican Party is going to take a big hit. And because people are going to see right through it. People aren't stupid. They know it's partisan. They know what the Republican strategy is. Just throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, and something might stick. Because they can't beat him on his policies. The deficit's coming down. Jobs are going up. We're on our way to peace in North Korea. He's fighting for universal health care. He's tough on crime. He's tough on welfare reform. And he stole those issues from the Republicans, and they're mad. And so they're trying, the only way they can defeat him, because they know he's such a great campaigner, too, is to throw this illegal, unfounded, untruth charges at him.
Well, no wonder he's upset with Falwell, because the way you just described him, he sounds like our creator. We'll be back. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
It's Sean calling from Big Sky Country.
Okay, Sean.
Or Last Best Place, whatever you want to say. ANC is reporting right now about Branch Davidians up in Denison,
Yes.
Colorado, saying that they might be armed with weapons.
Yes, and they've got darkened windows, and, I don't quite understand why they're doing what they're doing. It's almost as if they are saying to the federal government, here we are, come and try to get us. We're ready for a standoff. Isn't that the way it sounds to you?
Oh, I haven't heard about the darkened windows or anything. Basically, what I've heard being reported is Branch Davidians are looking for a new home.
Yeah, but don't you get the same sense? I mean, why would they be so public about this, as if to say, here's where we're going to be, you want us, come get us, another standoff, we're ready.
Right. Yeah, I kind of get that same aspect there, but I don't know, it seems like a big media hype to me. Okay, well, we got these Branch Davidians in Denison, we got to go in and take care of them there, they're bad news having Davidians, in America.
Yeah, I heard the sheriff of the town said why they had better not break the law, and he sounded like he was ready to go charging in himself. And I don't know, why do we have to have more of this?
I don't know. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of the OJ thing. I'm more concerned about the way this country's going and the socialistic aspects of what's happening and what's going to be left for the next generation.
Well, that's a good question, Sean. Thank you. We've got to go to the news, top of the hour. We'll be right back. May we always be around. Dear Art, here's a fax from Ken. Staying up late tonight, enjoying the show. Rush Limbaugh's great. Think he has Clinton on the run. Let's hope he can run him out. As for Charlie, I think he's a worthless piece of human debris. One can only hope that someday people with his lousy attitude realize they were misguided. They are the ones that are brainwashed. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Jim from Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Hi, Jim.
A couple of days ago, I was listening to Rush's show, and he was saying how it was pretty much driven by his opinion.
Yeah, that's correct.
His agenda. Today I'm listening to him, and he's talking about how it's a bastion of the seeking of truth. And I would suggest that as a commentator, which he has every right to be on the air, commentary and truth and fact aren't necessarily the same thing. They may intersect every once in a while. And so I think that's what Bill Clinton was getting at, and I think what he did today was a mistake on his part because it did empower Rush.
Yeah, it was absolutely a mistake, unless it is a prelude to something dark and really sinister.
Well, which I sincerely doubt. I think it was more of a fit of temper than anything else, and a reaction.
Yeah, but can't you almost see him sitting at his Oval Office desk, having one of his well-renowned private fits of temper and grabbing the old executive order for him and assigning it, and who knows what would happen then?
Not at all, because I think the fit of temper becomes it passes, and it's also tempered by cooler heads. The point is that I think he's correct, and that Rush presenting his show as this beacon of truth, when in fact it's nothing more than his opinion most of the time.
Well, so it's a beacon of opinion. I mean, it really does not matter. Rush, as long as he stays within legal limits, is free to say what he wants to say. If he wants to claim sort of absolute written on tablet truth, it's his right to do so.
Oh, absolutely, but there's people who take it as truth, and that's the danger. The danger that I've seen is that, and he flies in the face of his own words in almost the next sentence, is the divisiveness that's caused. The point is that, and even you said it earlier tonight, you used the word, you said that the liberals are closer to fascism than any right-wing group ever has been.
That's right.
Why paint any group with this broad brush that only causes to divide us further? I mean, we're all supposed to be working together here, and that's
no, we're not. No, that's
we're not working together.
No, absolutely not. That's an absolute myth. Everything. Look, sir. America is based on two or more competing systems of ideals and ideology. We're based on that consistent friction, that difference. That's what makes America strong. Not that we all pull behind one wagon no matter what. President Clinton, right or wrong, by God, he's our president. No, that's not what we're all about.
No, it's not a right or wrong. But you do work with your neighbor, do you not, to try and make your town, on a micro basis?
Yes.
Okay, and your neighbor just might happen to be one of those groups like that is bashed on Rush's show.
Maybe so, but what if your neighbor wants to take part of your property for a bike path?
Oh, were you listening to Milwaukee radio today?
No, the Supreme Court had a ruling yesterday with regard to this, and I'm trying to describe to you the difference, the real difference, and the important difference in our points of view about things. So I'm not going to pull with my neighbor if he wants to take my land.
But we have to find the middle ground, otherwise what we end up with is civil war. And that doesn't do anybody any good on either side of the fence, does it?
No. No, sir, but we have a system that's designed to have this adversarial relationship, for example, between the press and government, various forms of government or branches of government. And without that, we've got much more danger to our future than if we were to all somehow talked into pulling on the same train.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, that's the press as watchdog, which they're roundly criticized for whenever as being, negative reporting and so on and so forth. Rush has his right, but he should not present as fact and truth that which isn't. And that's where we get down to. There's a big difference between a commentator and a journalist. You like to take on journalists all the time. If I was a journalist, well, the point is, Rush, you're not a journalist, and you don't govern your show by what is supposed to be the standards of journalism.
Well, but you are the one. Sir, you are the one required to recognize that difference.
Well, you're right about that.
As a listener.
Pardon me?
As a listener.
Yes, and he claims that his listeners do, but when you get the caller calls in and says, mega dittos, Rush, in other words, I agree with everything you say,
Yeah.
I don't think there's much, there isn't discerning listening going on.
All right, sir, thank you. Look, the only rap that I would have against Rush, and he has every right to do it, there's all kinds of different talk radio. And I feel that the best argument against imposition of the fairness doctrine or whatever it is that our prez has in mind is the open line aspect of talk radio. And I think that any a commentator, talk show host, worth his salt, should not be afraid to face the calls as they come in. And by that I mean not screening them out for content or general interest level or ratio of agreement with the talk show host before the call is put through on the little computer screen. You can always recognize shows that have that because they will say, John from Milwaukee. Hi, welcome to the show. Well, the only way John from Milwaukee could be known before the fact was that somebody picked up the call and screened it. And then there are various levels of screening for agreement, for interest, blah, 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 blah. You can screen for all kinds of things, and as I've said, the best argument against a prepared point of view or a managed point of view is not managing. That's the best argument against it. It's what we do here. It's a braver form of talk radio, and I'm not saying that I'm that much braver than anybody else. I'm just saying that it's a good way to do it, and it's a good argument against regulation. That's all. And it's my way. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
My name is Christine.
All right, Christine, where are you?
I'm in Sacramento, California.
Sacramento. KST, yes.
This is the first time I ever listened to your show, your program.
Well?
I usually... I watched a program on TV tonight about the alien thing. I wanted to say that I had an uncle who worked for the Project Blue Book.
Oh?
And there was so much secrecy in that the people themselves had things done to them that they weren't allowed to talk. And danger came to their families also.
You mean like your family?
Yeah, it became...
What kind of danger? What happened to your family?
Well, anyone who worked in high security things, they're not allowed to say anything.
So you can't tell us what happened?
Pardon?
So you can't tell us what happened?
Well, I know his wife. They said his wife committed suicide, but she didn't. You know, things like that. They're not allowed.
What do you mean? Are you saying his wife was murdered?
I believe so.
Why?
A lot of us do.
Why?
Because he worked on the Project Blue Book.
Well, why would that? Well, he knew too much, or his wife knew too much.
He knew too much.
And so then they killed his wife as a warning?
I believe so. And a lot of people don't realize that. That's why a lot of people don't talk up and they don't say anything.
Well, if that was the case, my wife would have been dead long ago. For as much talking as I do about this sort of thing. Or I'd have been dead. But here I am. Still. After all these years. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Radio Free America.
Yes.
Say, isn't this fairness doctrine the censorship art?
It would depend how it's applied. It could turn out to be that. Yes.
Aren't these the same folks on the left that decry at the mention of censorship, they're appalled at the thought.
Well, by God, they want their right to burn an American flag. You're right. As Americans, take our flag and burn that sucker, and that's a freedom. That's a freedom of expression of speech.
It's more bombastic babble. Anyway, the jury forewoman said the government in the trial tampered with evidence and withheld evidence, and there's a rumor, and I'm praying to God it's true, that Jerry Spence is going to be involved in an appeal in the Waco case. So
that would make sense.
Yeah, there's a new video out. I have not seen it, called The Clinton Chronicles.
Yeah, I've got it. I've seen it.
Is it good?
On a couple of levels, it is. It's the latest Nichols and Company offering.
Right.
And I feel that video documents cronyism in the Clinton administration beyond any shadow of a doubt. It documents a lot of cronyism in Arkansas, but a lot of the charges it makes, unfortunately, I think don't stand.
It's got the executive producer of 60 Minutes on it.
I know.
If he edited the Clinton piece the way he wanted to,
yes, he admits it.
Clinton would never have made it past New Hampshire.
That is correct. He saved Clinton's butt in New Hampshire, and he's been kind of kicked in the butt for it.
Also, I will fully support what Bill Sapphire is decrying, full disclosure on Whitewater. And was Lloyd Cutler the guy that was putting pressure on that guy for 60 minutes?
Yeah.
It's amazing. It really is.
All right, sir, thank you. What I don't think was made in that film, there were allegations of drug dealing. I think they were not connected to Clinton. Let me repeat that. They were not connected to Clinton. Then it got down to the body count and the people that have been dying and all the rest of it, and tried to make that case and did not make it. So, you know, it did a couple of things very well. It certainly documented the lies that have been told, and it documented the cronyism. But it didn't make any of the charges that you would need if you were to take any legal action. I'm sorry, but that's the way I read it. I watched the film very carefully. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell, this is Nathan in Santa Cruz.
Hello.
I'd first of all like to say it's very bad, too bad about that airplane that crashed, and I didn't catch whether the people were all right or not. But
no, the crew is dead. Nobody on the ground was killed, though.
Then I hope their families are all right and everything of that nature.
And generally, if a
thing.
B-52 comes down in any sort of populated area, anybody generally on the ground does not live through the experience.
Oh, well, it's good that they lived then, that the people on the ground did. Well, anyways, once again, that's very, very too bad. And the people there have my condolences on that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let me move on. I, of course, consider myself a liberal, or at least have in the past, and I'm upset about this idea that I'm somehow out to take away people's guns or to take you off the air. I'm a fascist, or this to me is not fair discourse. There was a fax that was on earlier where a fellow said that how often conservatism is equated with fascism. Well, I actually agree with them, and I'd like to say that how often even my views are equated as being communism. As a matter of fact, just yesterday on local radio, some woman thought I was a communist, and she called in, "Oh, I'm a communist," and that somehow discredited everything I'm saying. When I'm actually I'm not. I believe in liberty and republic. So I think that this kind of discourse can go both ways, and
you're absolutely right, comrade.
And I think that I'm sorry, I'm losing my track here, but I think that I'm upset by this notion that I'm somehow a fascist or something. I don't support the fairness doctrine for television or talk radio.
All right. How did you read the president's comments yesterday?
I have to admit, I didn't exactly follow them. I saw the headline that says Clinton lashes out at Falwell and Limbaugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he actually...
It's Clinton's right to say what he wants to say as much as it is...
Yeah, but I know, but he kind of lost it. And presidents, as a general rule, are best advised to stay above this sort of thing, criticism of this sort in the media. And to lash out that way, particularly in a sort of lost temper situation, is pretty chilling when you're the president.
Well, I have had many difficulties with various things in the Clinton administration. I will say, though, that in my viewpoint, even Reagan, with the criticism he got, didn't seem to be as horrible. I mean, to me, the never minding policy things and things you disagree with, the way that Clinton was handled by the Republicans from the very beginning was absolutely, I mean, if anything could drive someone over the edge, to me, and this is how it seems to me, of course, it was how Clinton, not that everything wasn't fit, not that everything was unfair, but how Clinton was handled, just from the very beginning, that whole Republican National Convention, to me, was a very, very big buffoon. I don't know how to describe it.
All right, well, that's good enough. Thank you. Well, with regard to Mr. Clinton and being driven over the edge, I think that it's not a long journey. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
This is Bob, Radio Off in Tacoma, Washington.
Yes.
Luckily, I just moved. I called to talk about the aliens you were speaking of earlier.
Yes.
I found out that, you get a lot of information and little pieces of a puzzle and start forming a picture. And on abductions, there are certain people who are abducted throughout their entire life, and this is used for experimentation and or, as one woman on a show was saying, she was implanted and then abducted again, and they were taken out, and ovaries were taken out, and then they were grown in test tubes, so to speak. And this is to get people or aliens who look like us, who could pass for us down here.
Well, that's really going to be a problem, because if they look like us, how is one to know?
We really aren't, to tell you the truth.
Well, that's it. And see, every time I open my alien line, what do I get? Aliens, lots of them. People claiming to be aliens, walking among us, but saying they are aliens. All right, well, thank you very much for the call. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Virginia in Tucson.
Hi, Virginia.
How are you?
Just fine.
That Doc Democrat really got my goat. I had to call. I just feel like they're always bashing people that have any kind of faith at all.
Well, to me, as I listened to Doc this morning, I could almost see Bill Clinton slowly descending to earth on gossamer wings, an angelic figure come to set all right with us.
Well, I'm going to tell you that not all people that have a faith are ignorant. I am very interested in history. I've read a lot about the Civil War, about Abraham Lincoln, the Black Movement. I've served in the Air Force. I worked on the Minuteman Missile Project. I've studied on In Search of Noah's Ark, which was James Irwin, who was an astronaut, was very interested in.
Oh, yes.
I love politics. I have a rounded view, but when it comes to my faith, I'm very centered on it because I know exactly what I believe. But I don't believe in pushing it off on anybody else either. And I just don't understand the mentality of somebody that will say, Bible thumper. What do they mean by that?
Jerry Falwell. Leonard. People who are vocal about their faith, and they are as extreme on one side as some of the faith are on the other. That's the way I view it. Look, this is America, damn it. People have a right to say what they want. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I would sure get out and fight to protect the Bible thumpers, if somebody tried to shut them down.
Well, you have to look at it this way. 1 minute it's guns, 1 minute it's cigarettes, 1 minute it's Bible thumpers. What's next?
Talk show hosts.
It better not be. Or we're out of luck right here.
Well, that's right. But, how else do you read, not very far between the lines, in the president's remarks yesterday?
Well, I'll tell you what it made me think of was when he made that remark about the Waco wackos.
Yeah.
He said they were religious nuts, and I'll tell you
That's right.
It's really something to be concerned about. I feel like tapping my pen like Rush Limbaugh. It just makes you angry that they don't have we're supposed to have tolerance for everything they want to do, but oh boy, don't have any tolerance for me if I want to even mention what I believe in.
Dear lady, there is no less tolerant group than the liberals. None. They are the closest to fascism. They're closer to fascism on the left than the right ever was.
All right.
Thanks for the call.
Goodbye.
Bye. There's absolutely no question about it. On the left, they are coming closer to fascism than the right ever thought of doing. Not enough time left this morning. I tell you, these shows just fly by. Good to be with you. I'm Art Bell, and if you'd like to join us, pick up a telephone in these declining moments of the live portion of the show. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
It's Jose in Honolulu again.
Yes, Jose.
All right. Listen, I think Clinton is just afraid of the religious right, if you will.
Oh, afraid of, perhaps angry at, frustrated with, kind of losing it with, yes.
You know, he's got some. You know, he needs to blame somebody for his health care and whatever else. The things that his popularity is just awful.
Yeah, I think he generally blames talk radio as a general rule, and Rush specifically.
In particular.
And that's right. For
I think Michael Reagan is much worse than Bush is.
for the decline and death of his health program, and now the crime bill. There is a provision that he's put in the crime bill, Jose, that would allow prisoners to file appeals based on the fact that more of one race than another is executed.
I'm aware of that.
That's right. And if it goes through, then his crime bill is not going to go through, Jose.
I hope not. And I just thought of something. Can you imagine the fit he must have with stepping all of us like he normally has over this?
Yes. Yeah, I imagine he's lashing or even caning Stephanopoulos on a regular basis for all of this.
Oh, gosh. That's funny.
Did you hear what he said, what the big guy said yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, have a good one, Art.
Take care, Jose. Aloha. That's Jose in Honolulu. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Mike in San Diego.
Hi, Mike. KOGO, San Diego.
Yeah, good show tonight.
Glad you've enjoyed it.
It's too bad he couldn't stay a little longer, but...
Yeah, I know. I tell you, talk shows are like good books. I actually get upset with them when they're ending. It's like there's not enough time left. It's not fair.
Yeah, even with 5 hours, it seems short sometimes.
It really does.
I hear you didn't get a chance to see Encounters tonight.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, I taped half of it, and it was pretty good.
There was so much news going on, that I had to pay attention to that. The whole OJ thing was going crackers. I needed to have a good understanding of what happened with the grand jury, so I spent time with that.
Yeah, it's really overwhelming with that story.
Unbelievable.
I wanted to ask you about your sighting.
My sighting?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Strange Magazine?
Strange Magazine? No.
Yeah, it's got topics on everything.
Right.
And they described something seen in England that sounded very similar to your sighting.
My triangular vehicle of unknown origin.
Yeah, it's a short paragraph that describes a black triangular aerial object seen over Bakewell in England.
Right.
Over 30 witnesses. They said it had bright white lights on each of its corners with red lights in between.
Really?
And it traveled at approximately 40 miles per hour.
That sounds just like what I saw. And what I saw was traveling at about 40 miles an hour, too. It was just sort of floating along.
Yeah, I thought that was very strange when I read it.
Well, it is. And I thank you for the report. And it was really strange because when I gave that report, I hadn't even heard about triangular objects. I always thought they were saucers, and mine had to be a triangle. So I came on and I reported, duly told the audience. All of a sudden, everybody starts sending me this stuff about triangular objects. It blew me away. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Green River, Wyoming, KUGR.
Green River, Wyoming. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to say that if the president is unsatisfied with Rush Limbaugh, he can take the same recourse we have and sue him for slander. I don't think he'd ever do that because he'd be afraid.
No, actually, he can't. The president, like Rush Limbaugh and like myself, is a public person. And the rules of slander, libel, apply very differently toward public people.
So he can't?
Right. More or less, he can't. He's going to have to come at Rush in a different way. He's going to have to regulate Rush off the air, bring back the fairness doctrine, and I would imagine, if you read between the lines, that's probably going to be next.
Sounds like it. On the fairness doctrine, doesn't it work? It wouldn't put you off the air, but like the little stations? I mean, not just a little, but any of the stations, if people that are listening to it don't like it, they can...
Well, yeah, it depends, sir, on how it's applied. It might put me off the air. It might put a lot of people off the air. It basically would require that if one point of view is consistently or repetitively aired, that an equal opposing voice would have to be provided. Now, the end effect of that for the licensees of the radio stations would be that there would be so much they would have to do that it would be easier for them in the end and cheaper for them to just throw up their arms and say, we give up.
That's what I thought.
Let's play Elvis Presley oldies.
Also on the sound gene, when you're advertising?
Sanjin, yes.
Sanjin. Can you hook it up to a computer? I read about it where you can get, like, the weather satellite reports and stuff that they fax.
The answer is, of course, yes.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Right,
Okay, thank you. Sure. Weatherfax. The Sanjin would provide an output that would be compatible with Weatherfax. So sure, you can do that. And if you know where to listen and so forth, you can get weather pictures that will show you basically what other forecasters see, maps of the United States with clouds and weather fronts and all the rest of it if you know what to look for. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how are you?
Just fine.
I'm really happy to get through to you. My name's Kevin, and I'm calling from Portland on 1190 KEX.
Oh, the big one in Portland, yes.
Yes, and I saw Vance Davis up in the Puget Sound area tonight, and I listened to you on my way back home.
Oh?
And I wanted to tell you a little bit about what he had to say, but first of all, I wanted to talk to you about the health care program.
Sure.
And I really don't think that it's dead like you do, because just today, moderates, as they're called, moderate Republicans, have been trying to work something out with Democrats.
Right, but what's dead is what the president said he must have, and that is 100% coverage that can never be taken away. That, believe me, is dead. Now, our president has said, maybe he doesn't mean it, that anything less than that put on his desk will draw his vengeful veto.
But don't you think they could come up with some agreement that would say within, say, 15 years it's going to be worked in?
Yeah, I think they could.
So
but
really, it's the same.
I just don't think he can sign it.
Oh, I'll bet you he can. I'm afraid.
Well, he may say in the end, what's better, a little bit of socialism or no socialism?
And really, it's a lot of socialism. It's just going to take a little bit longer to be enacted.
Incremental socialism or no socialism? How about that?
And really, that's how it's been working for the last at least 20 years. It's been incremental, step by step by step by step, and it's really...
Yes.
I'm 25 years old, and I heard your caller from St. Louis a couple hours ago. He was 24.
Right.
And he was saying that people of his generation, a lot of them are socialist, and I see the same darn thing. And it makes me nervous and a little bit put off, because when I was younger, 14, 15, I thought a lot of the people I was around were pretty rational thinking, youngsters. And it seems like once they've gone through the school system, once they've gone through college, they come out, and a lot of them are, what I would say, confused.
Brainwashed?
Well, I don't know if it's brainwashing. It's just that they keep hearing the same...
It is brainwashing.
As Rush would say, Barbra Streisand BS over and over.
It is. Look, it is brainwashing. What do you think brainwashing is?
Yeah, I guess, I suppose that's it.
It's a repetitive message until finally you're saying yes and repeating it.
It's not good, and talk radio is really the only outlet that a conservative voice has, besides the National Review.
That's right. Which is why the president took off on it like a banshee yesterday.
Sure, because there's nothing left. There's not newspapers. You can't afford to be on television, I doubt, for 4 hours a night.
Well, maybe I could, but I don't want to be.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
I hate television.
Yeah.
And I hate TV.
Well, let me tell you, Vance was very interesting.
Was he?
And I saw him last night. There was a little discussion with about 10 people, and I was able to wrangle my way into that, which was great. And then tonight, Andy had 5 new predictions, and I thought I might share them with you.
Share them with us.
Okay, I'll start at number 5 and work my way up to the biggie.
All right.
But number 5, man finds first birthplace of man by 2045.
All right.
And 4, great upheaval that destroys most of Florida and brings up ancient cities will occur by 2012. Number 3, government will introduce the first alien to the citizens in 1996.
Wow.
And number 1 and 2 follows, but an earthquake on the West Coast measuring 14.6 will occur in 1996.
What? Well, that would be the East China Sea meeting the California coast.
It would be off the Richter scale. And
Yeah, that's right.
He didn't say if it would be Oregon, Washington, even BC or Alaska. Or
Oh, listen, Nevada, throw in Nevada. Nevada's always destroyed in any prediction these days. I'm so sick of it. I really am. I mean, Nevada's always destroyed. Always. The first target of a nuclear war, Nevada. Let's push the button on Nevada. I'm tired of it.
And like you said earlier, where do we send all the waste?
Yeah.
Get
right.
dumped on both ways.
That's right.
Anyway, it's great to talk to you, and I'm a first-time caller, but I will be calling you again.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, pal.
Right. Why is that about Nevada anyway? Why do we always have to be destroyed? Well, Art, because you're the center of sin. You're the capitalist, the boil on capitalism. That's what you are, and you've got to be destroyed. We'll be right back. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Bill.
Yes.
Let's see. I was listening to your commercial. Caught me off guard. I'm calling about the crime bill, which is not much has happened on it in the last.
It's in trouble.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. It's in trouble. The
what
president's...
it is a police state empowerment bill, and it will empowerment a police state quite a bit if it ever gets through. And I hope it won't. It looks like...
well, if it dies, it's not going to die because it's a police state bill. It's going to die because there are things in it that the Republicans will not swallow and will not allow, and it will be talked to death.
Well, so far, a couple of appointments have been made in the committee that they have not been able to do. The committee appointments have they just haven't met. And fortunately, and it's very good news that it's not out of committee yet.
No, and in the way things are going, it may not get out. Thank you. The president's crime bill's in trouble. The president's health care bill, as he's described it, in absolutely impossible trouble. And these things ought to be in trouble. We don't want them passed. So this is good news. And what you heard the president do yesterday with regard to the Republicans, the religious right, Rush Limbaugh, that was sort of a flashpoint expression of frustration at these things not going through. He needed somebody to blame. Falwell's a good whipping boy. Rush Limbaugh's a good whipping boy. A conservative talk show host a good whipping boy. So that's fine. It's just that we need to watch carefully that it is not something more ominous than that. You heard a severe presidential temper yesterday. It could be manifested next in regulatory action or some sort of presidential action with regard to talk shows. That would not be good. A couple of notes here very quickly. Time is rapidly escaping, I'm sorry to say, and this program is nearly over. I will be back Sunday, this coming, on many of these same stations with Dreamland. And this Sunday's Dreamland features Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who is one of the greats when it comes to scientific investigation of UFO evidence. So don't you dare miss that. Dr. Bruce Maccabee coming this Sunday on Dreamland. It'll be a hot one beginning at 7 o'clock Pacific time. If your station does not yet have Dreamland, call and be nice when you do it and ask your station manager or program director if it wouldn't be possible to take Dreamland. Now, it does not always have to air at the time that it airs, Sunday, 7 to 10. A lot of stations have obligations. They can record it off the network and replay it. And by the way, the network replays Dreamland every Saturday afternoon between 5 and 8 p.m., 5 and 8 o'clock Pacific time. So there are plenty of opportunities. You can tape it, you can play it back. One way or the other, I would just like to see it get to the audience. A lot of people want it. When you call your radio station, be nice. Be polite. I've got some people out there so desperate to get it, they call these radio stations and they say something like this. You know, what you've got on the air is really a bunch of crap. What a bunch of crappy programming. Why don't you get Dreamland? Well, there's just a great introduction and way to get Dreamland on the air. You insult the person that you're talking to. Don't do that. You know, one person's trash is another person's treasure. And it may be that if it's some sports show or something, there's a lot of people out there treasuring it, could care less about Dreamland. So be nice and just express your wish and ask nicely and say thank you. That's the way to deal with people. You get, more flies with honey than vinegar or something? Not to compare radio station ownership as flies, but you want to be nice to them if you can, so please do. The other is, as soon as I get off the air here, I will go on shortwave. That's right. Warm up the big rig over here, and I'll be on the 75-meter band, 3892, 3.892, lower sideband, soon as I get off the air, minutes from right now. On the wildcard line, you're on the air, top of the morning.
Yes, KSMA Santa Maria.
Well, good morning.
In the beginning, you were talking about land.
Yes.
And a lot of the hunting, homestead, horse, and camping magazines are warning about bills floating through Congress, about fees and taxes and outlawing general use of these lands for just about any purpose on trails, parks,
That's right.
all of these things. And it seems like they're coming after it like gun control. And these environmentalists are just, they're really fueling the fire, and it's just getting out of control, and I just wanted to make that point.
Well, you made it, sir. Thank you, and you're dead right, and that, too, is beginning to get to be very worrisome. On the toll-free line with seconds to go, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Dennis in Phoenix, KFYI.
Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Every night I listen, I hear Charlie and Doctor come on in, and it makes everybody want to call in to rebut whatever they have to say. I just wanted to say one thing about Clinton and what he did yesterday with the right.
Very quickly.
Okay. He never misses a photo opportunity to put a cross in the sand over in Europe or every time he's coming out of church and stuff, yet he still wants to bring down the religious right and everything.
Oh, you're dead on. Thank you, my friend. I'm sorry, we've got to go. That's all the time there is. I live and die by the clock, and right now it's die time, so... But generally never say die. See you next week, or see you Sunday on Dreamland. Take care. Crash at Roswell. Widely thought to be the best documented proof of alien existence and visiting of this earth. So we'll be speaking with him. I think you'll find it fascinating. However, first, we're going to go to Linda Howe in Philadelphia and get her weekly update. However, even before that, we're going to welcome a couple of new stations to the network. As we continue to grow, carrying Greenland, WGNS AM radio in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and that's also Nashville, Murfreesboro and Nashville, Tennessee, and also KOFE AM in St. Marie's, Idaho. KOFE AM in St. Marie's, Idaho. Welcome. Good to have you both on board, and I hope you'll be contributing this evening and making some calls. This program, for the weeks we've been on the air, you'll be, I'm sure, happy to know, now is carried by 75 affiliates nationwide as we continue to grow at an outstanding pace. So, now, to all the way back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and with her weekly report, here is author, investigator, Linda Howe. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Well, reports about several phenomena have crossed my desk this week. One is a news story from Waurika, Oklahoma, about a rancher there who discovered that 1,700 of his cattle disappeared between August 3rd and August 7th.
Did you say 1,700?
1,700.
Wow.
The Jefferson County, Oklahoma Sheriff's Office has put a search out for 850 cows and 850 calves. The first theory was cattle rustling, but Sheriff Don Allen said it would take 25 trucks to haul away that many animals, and that would be obvious to residents in the small farm community of Waurika. I will keep following up on this mystery. The rancher so far does not want to talk, and perhaps understandably, because apparently even the bank that holds the note on the animals have gone out and confirmed that the animals are missing. Everyone is puzzled, and of course this poor rancher is facing a major financial crisis.
Sure, I'm curious, Linda, of those that you do interview or request interviews with that have had something like this happen, how many generally say, no, I don't want to talk to you, go away?
It can be, in some cases, if I thought over the last 14 years, maybe 50-50. As many as 50% of the people that I talk to in interviews say they don't want to do anything publicly.
Wow. So then we're missing, no doubt, a lot of very good stories.
Yeah, the challenge is to get to the facts and to encourage people to come forth to discuss some of these phenomena, because that may help us all to understand, and I'm beginning to feel from the letters I'm getting from the Dreamland audience that more and more people are beginning to communicate that I think are really very, very credible and solid cases. And in this case, too, animal disappearances have been reported in other regions of the United States and Canada, even England, over the past couple of decades. Earlier this year, in 1994, 200 dogs were reported missing from backyards in northern Georgia, and several hundred cats have disappeared from Falls Church, Virginia, Plano, Texas, parts of California, and Canada just in the past few years. And the intriguing question is, could any of these animals have been lifted up in beams of light as reported in some of the animal mutilation and UFO abduction cases? I don't know how we would prove it, but the question remains, since there have been eyewitnesses to seeing animals lifted up in beams of light. Now, since last weekend's Dreamland, when I interviewed investigator Gail Stalin about 2 more mutilations in Angel Fire, New Mexico, east of Taos, there were 3 more odd animal deaths in northern New Mexico. Last Friday, rancher Max Cordova near Espanola discovered 2 of his 10-year-old cows dead with tongues cut out deep in the throat, udders removed in clean, bloodless circles in the rectum's courthouse. That makes 7 such similar cattle mutilations in the Taos, New Mexico area just since May. And in 3 of those, pathologist Dr. John Altschuler found evidence of high heat at the excision lines, hot enough to cook the hemoglobin. Mr. Cordova also found another cow last Saturday lying in a pasture, shaking from head to hoof, as he put it, and then it died, cause unknown. I contacted a veterinarian who did a necropsy on that animal and collected tissues from the mutilated cows for pathology examination, and I'll report those results when we have them.
Good.
Reports from England are that the last big formation in Wiltshire near Avebury was a huge spider web laid out in a wheat field. And other images this summer have included scorpions, a beetle, a large eye, galaxy-like formations, and something that people have described as an infinity symbol. English newspapers and television have covered the mysterious formations with less ridicule and less emphasis on the hoax theory this year, and yet in the United States there has been no coverage about the continuing formations at all. And in the next month or so, I hope to report from Dr. Levengood, who has been getting plants from England, to see again if we are finding that same pattern of biochemical and biophysical changes which cannot be hoax.
Why do you think something that is a story and making headlines there in this area wouldn't be touched by the media here?
because that 1991 tabloid story about Doug and Dave being the answer to the crop circle mystery that was carried by all of our networks and CNN and Time and Newsweek and the New York Times and all of that, accepted that those two old men were responsible for the mystery when it was very clear that since the phenomenon was worldwide, had been reported in up to 20-some countries in the year 1990, and going into 1991, those two men were not responsible for the entire phenomenon, but the media bought that story, and once the media, quote, mainstream media has bought the hoax theory, then they don't go back to cover it.
Well, isn't it worth asking, Linda, why we have these serious questions, formations, cattle mutilations, all the rest of it, that absolutely cannot be explained, and the media deals with those stories, and then along comes one hoax story, they buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Right, and it's like one of the ranchers in Alabama last year that I interviewed for my new documentary said to me, it's denial, Linda. Denial is a coping mechanism for people. It's much easier to deny it than it is to face the facts that some very strange kind of intelligence is interacting with our planet.
I guess maybe that does explain it, Linda.
And going from the standpoint that we are dealing with hard physical evidence in the crop circles and the animal mutilations and even in the human abduction syndrome, there's also the hard physical science area that was involved with the impact on Jupiter. And last week in Europe, a group of astronomers, physicists, and other scientists met in Holland to discuss the latest updates about the comet collision. Mm-hmm. And one of the lead investigators, Dr. Heidi Hamel, she's an astronomer at MIT who specializes in high-speed satellite imaging and spectroscopy, and in fact, she was the one who was getting all those first images, and she's the one who took happily that big bottle of champagne right into the first television news conference to present it to Dr. Eugene Shoemaker and his wife and others. When they had the very first image of that big black circle at the bottom of Jupiter. And I talked with her Friday about what scientists have been learning so far in the wake of the spectacular explosions from the comet impact, because even in that there have been some mysteries that are yet not solved. And just a moment, I will hook up here and we will hear Dr. Hamill.
All right. She may be the one that for a while we called Heidi.
We've had some tantalizing hints of interesting things on Jupiter. Some of the way that the material is spreading, particularly in ultraviolet wavelengths, is very interesting. We're seeing spreading in latitude, things migrating across the normal lines of latitude. You know, when you look at Jupiter, you see these bands. Mm-hmm. And, you know, normally the winds blow along the band. So that's what we think of as the wind. But when we take some of this high-altitude material, it looks like it's just drifting across the bands.
And that would suggest, what, no atmospheric motion at the upper?
Well, it suggests different atmospheric motion at those upper levels. It's not blowing, the winds aren't blowing the same way high up as they are deep down. And we didn't really have any way to measure that before. And now we're starting to think that we can actually see that motion happening, which is one of the things that we were all very excited about beforehand. We thought, you know, we might be able to do this, and now we're starting to actually believe we really can.
And how long do you think, at this point, are these brighter spots on the surface of Jupiter going to last? Will it be a permanent one?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't think I can really answer that in any detail. We know the features are still there now. We just had some new data from the Hubble telescope come down yesterday, and you can very clearly see them, and we can see them in ground-based images too. You don't need the Hubble to see them. So we know that this stuff is still hanging around there now, more than a month afterwards. As to whether or not it's going to be permanent, we really don't know. We won't know that for a while. Maybe, you know, next year, if we see these things are fading rapidly, we'll be able to say, yeah, they're going to go away. It's pretty clear they're not forming a new red spot. Some people thought, oh, this is how the Great Red Spot was formed. But that doesn't seem to be true. We're not seeing giant new vortices or hurricanes forming at these latitudes. We're really seeing a band of material. So it's just a question of how long it takes that band to fade. It might take a year. Might take 2.
And somebody with like a normal telescope, let's say a 4-inch dynoscope reflector or something like that, can they still see these impact places clearly?
Someone with a small telescope who knows what to look for can probably still see them. It's a little bit harder than it was a month ago, though, and here's why. A month ago, these features were very localized. They were spots, and it's easy to see a dark spot. But when you then take that spot and you spread it out as it's happening, its contrast drops quite a bit. And so if you don't know where to look, it's not as easy to see the spots. So it's a question of how familiar a person is with Jupiter. If they know where Jupiter normally does not have dark band here, and they see the band, then they know that's from the impact site. But it doesn't have these very obvious big dark splotches like it did a month ago.
So the most outstanding remaining mystery is why was the substance black where these impacts were?
Yeah, that's one of the questions. Another question that we're all still very curious about is how deep did these pieces really penetrate before they exploded, right? Well, that's something that was very interesting because that tells us a lot about the comet. It tells us a lot about Jupiter, and we really don't know the answer to that yet. We think it didn't penetrate down to the water cloud layer because we didn't see any Jovian water, just like we saw no comet water. At the meeting in Holland, we were talking about the fact that we did not see the bright flashes as these pieces went in, the meteor phase. Most of what we saw was the fireballs blowing out after the pieces had exploded. And the fact that we didn't see them on the way in suggests to many of us that they went relatively deep, below the ammonia cloud decks, which is really the top cloud layer that we see at visible wavelengths. But we're not sure about that.
And if it did go deep, then it would again be the question, why not see water?
Yeah, that's right.
So the mysteries about Jupiter are still not all resolved, and at the end of September there will be another major scientific meeting in Baltimore. There might be more to report then.
All right, well, it would be interesting to know, A, how deep they really did go, and B, Richard Hoagland, who's been on the program, has speculated a number of times that the black spots were carbon, and they seem disinclined to be very interested in talking about the black spots. Have you noticed?
Well, he said that they have found some odd elements, like lithium and some other really odd ones, which they're going to have more papers presented in September. But in terms of the identity of the black material, at least according to Heidi so far, they do not know what it is.
All right. Well, Linda, gee, a wonderful report, and I was hoping to get some follow-up, and I hope there'll be more on the collisions. I've been fascinated by that.
Right. I plan to talk with her and Dr. Shoemaker again after the September meeting in Baltimore.
All right. Wonderful. Linda Howe, as always. Oh, wait a minute. Let's give out your address. I know a lot of people want to communicate to you, so give it out.
Yes, I have been very grateful for the increasing number of letters, extraordinary stories from people, and I will continue to try to share some of these in future Dreamlands as we go with those who give me permission. You can write to Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, spelled Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006.
All right, there you've got it, and we'll give that out again in the program. Linda, as always, thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Right. Linda Howe, our reporter/investigator in Philadelphia and frequently elsewhere. She travels around the world to look at this sort of phenomenon. And we will continue to have her on the program. All right, Dreamland continues in a moment with something a lot of people have been waiting for, a crash at Roswell. We're going to reach out to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, I hope, and find Kevin Randle. Hi, Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. We've only got a couple of minutes before the bottom of the hour break, Kevin, so tell us something quickly about yourself.
I think the important things to know is I used to be an Army helicopter pilot. I spent 12 years as an Air Force intelligence officer, and I've been investigating UFOs for about 20 years. So I've got a background that in aviation and in investigative work of one nature, and I could bring all that to bear on the investigation that Don Schmidt and I conducted to learn what exactly happened at Roswell in July of 1947.
Well, we'll certainly get to that, but if you were in intelligence work and you piloted helicopters, I've really got to ask you about something up front here that has been a big matter of contention with our audience. What are these black helicopters that are flying around? Any idea, Kevin?
I actually have no ideas at all. The stories seem to make no logical sense whatsoever. According to FAA regulations and all other regulations, if you have an aircraft, it has got to have a number on it, and it's got to be flown in accordance with FAA regulations, and these things seem to violate all those regulations. I don't know what's going on.
Do you get reports of them? In other words, I'm sure very much like we do here, you are in a circle of people that hears about this kind of stuff. And so do you also get reports of these black helicopters?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. People from all over. In fact, up in Portland, Oregon, I was working with John Kirby and Don Newman up there. And the first time we ever met with them, they told us a number of stories about black helicopters, and I confess they just make no sense to me at all.
Well, all right. I don't know what to do about that or say about that. It's just kind of an ongoing thing, and a lot of people are, to use the street term, kind of freaked out about it, Kevin. And
oh, absolutely.
They feel these things are somehow flying around up there with... even though we don't have reports of harm coming to anybody, somehow people feel they're trying to do harm to them. All right, Kevin, stand by. We'll take a break here at the bottom of the hour. It'll be about 4 minutes, and we'll come back and find out if we can really get the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell, which, again, is considered to be the incident here on Earth with perhaps the best documentation to prove that they really have or are here, have been here or are here. We'll be back.
Blood clear. 7, go ahead. I'll good. Okay. This is Houston. Saying yet, 7?
Shadow Control here again. The reference in that conversation was bogey. It was Barman who reported sighting the bogey. This is Gemini Control Houston at 4 hours, 24 minutes into the flight.
And this is Dreamland at 35 minutes into the flight. And once again, here is our guest, Kevin Randle, author of The Truth About the Crash, the UFO Crash at Roswell. Kevin?
Yes.
Good. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin. Just before we get started with regard to your story, recently Showtime had the movie on Roswell, which I saw, and I don't want to lead you into any review you don't want to give, but I sure would like to find out from you what you think about that movie.
Well, it was based on the first book that Don Schmidt and I did, The UFO Crash at Roswell. So, frankly, we liked it.
You liked it?
Yes. But we were prejudiced. In fact, both of us are in the film in cameo roles. Don plays a bartender, and there's a scene in the sheriff's office where there's a newsman way in the back arguing with the deputy, and as they move in and out of the camera, you can see me back there arguing with the deputy.
Oh, no kidding. That was you, huh?
Yes, that was me.
Yes, I do recall. I certainly do recall. Is there anything about the film that you found distressing or inaccurate or blown up, for the sake of cinematography?
They did a very good job of trying to stick pretty much to the story, and as the director said a number of times, they were making a film, so you have to keep it in context of them making a film. When I first saw the script, I was a little bit bothered by the stuff from Dreamland Area 51, the animal mutilations, the human abductions. I thought this really has no relevance to the Roswell case, but in the context of the film, with Martin Sheen saying, telling Jesse Marcel in the context of the film, well, then none of it's true. Well, maybe some of it's true. And in the context of the disinformation put out by the government, I thought it worked very well.
What about, one thing that struck me in the film was the size of the debris field at Roswell. My gosh, for as far as the eye could see almost, there was debris. Was there that much debris at the original crash site?
On the debris field, according to Jesse Marcel, the debris field continued for 3/4 of a mile.
Wow.
It was 200 to 300 feet wide and stretched for 3/4 of a mile. And in fact, the reason the debris field is so large is because I said something to the director, so the next day I found myself walking way out into the desert, dropping debris here and there with a number of other people. And Paul Davids, the executive producer, suggested, well, maybe the director was getting even with you for shooting your mouth off. You shouldn't have told him the debris field wasn't large enough. So.
Yes. All right. Let's back up a little bit and have you tell the story of the truth about what occurred at Roswell as best you've been able to determine it. And how did you determine what the truth was, by the way? Series of interviews, no doubt.
Interviews with the eyewitnesses, people who were there. No longer are we relegated to having to deal with this on the basis of my father saw this and told me about it, my husband saw this and told me about it. We're now to the point where this is what I saw. So we have the first-hand witnesses, all of whom are named, or the majority of whom are named in the book.
How many witnesses of that caliber were you able to find?
We have found about a dozen people now who were on the debris field, on the impact site where the craft and the bodies were found, who have talked to us about some aspect of it. Unfortunately, a number of them have since passed away, since we had an opportunity to talk to them, but we do have that many. And in fact, Don Ecker at UFO Magazine in California just found another first-hand witness who corroborated some of the things that we published in the book. So no longer can people point to us and say, well, the way you ask questions, your agenda had you lead these people into what you wanted to say. Now there's a witness that we had no contact with when he first told the story, who was found by someone else, and now that we've been able to review what he said, he tends to corroborate what the other first-hand witnesses had said it well.
Have you spent any introspective time, Kevin, asking yourself that question, did I lead people into this? Did I put ideas in their head, or was I objective?
That always runs through your mind, especially when you begin to get to the story as you wanted to hear it. I mean, we wanted to find the first-hand witnesses, people who see the craft, the bodies, and when we began to find those people, the question was, are they telling us what we want to hear?
That's right.
Or are they telling us what they actually observed? And how can we corroborate this? And what it turns out is we kept a lot of the information to ourselves before the publication of the book for that very reason. One of the first-hand witnesses we identified as Steve McKinsey in the book, because he asked us not to use his real name because he valued his privacy. But he led us down a number of roads that we had not gone before. The crash site the impact site being much closer to Roswell, not the debris field found by Mac Brazel, but the impact site. The shape of the craft not being a classic flying saucer with a dome on it, but something more heel-shaped, the number of bodies, what they look like. He told us all this stuff, and it varied from the conventional wisdom. And we thought, well, this is wonderful, this is what we want, but is this guy feeding us a line?
Sure.
But we found corroborative testimony. Louis Rickett, the NCOIC of the Counterintelligence Office at Roswell, corroborated the shape of the craft using the same words almost, that it was heel-shaped, that the drive they made from Roswell, he and a man that he identified as Sheridan Cavett, made from the base at Roswell was about 45 minutes to the impact site, not the 2.5 to 3 hours it takes to get out to the debris field. So it's much closer to Roswell.
Well, let me understand. The impact site versus the debris field, how much distance between the two?
About 40 miles.
40 miles?
Based on what we've been able to determine, 35 to 40 miles.
All right, well then that means the craft broke up in the air.
The problem we have with that is that it looked like an intact craft was found on the impact site. We have a debris field, and the debris, the wide range of debris, you don't have the wide range of debris you'd have if the thing broke up in the air. You have some metallic debris, you have some wires, things like that. But if an airplane broke up in the air, you'd have a lot of other stuff. And you don't have that on the debris field.
Well, yeah, but that was a gigantic debris field, and how much of that kind of stuff could any craft lose and still be basically intact to impact anywhere else?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we simply don't have the answer to that question. What we know is we have a debris field, and that was described by a number of people. Mac Brazel telling his son talking about that. We have General Exxon, for example, told us about two distinct sites, the one closer to Roswell, the debris field.
Yes.
We have a number of witnesses telling us those things. There are questions we don't have the answers to because we haven't got to the internal workings of this thing.
All right, the creatures that they showed in the movie, how did they arrive at how to make those creatures look in the movie?
I believe what they did in the movie was they took some of the testimony that came about in our from our first book, some of the things we'd said in the work that we were putting together for the second book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, especially based on the eyewitness testimony we'd since uncovered, took some of their cues from the abduction phenomenon in the current state of UFO literature, and created a being that sort of fit all the descriptions. But the beings found at Roswell, according to the eyewitnesses that we talked to, were much more human-looking than they were alien-looking. They're not the typical grays. The eyes, although larger than human eyes, still had pupils. The heads, although slightly larger than human heads, were just slightly larger than they would be proportionate to the bodies. The bodies were extremely thin. The bones were very fragile, according to that. So some of the things that we had learned from our investigation were incorporated in it, but they also wanted to make the creatures look alien, more alien than it
Then they probably were. All right, fine. Well, even so, Kevin, assuming that there were beings and they were recovered, we would not do autopsies and then cremate the remains. We would obviously retain for all time, through some method or another, these bodies. So someplace now, today, those bodies must exist.
Yes. The best information we have, and again, this is very speculative based on just a couple of people, is that they are in Nevada. Not at Greenland, not at Groom Lake or Area 51, but at a special location in the central areas of Nevada in the mountains.
Really?
As you know, 90% of the state of Nevada is government territory.
Oh, we well know that.
Yeah, and our understanding is that there was a special facility created in central Nevada in the mountains for the preservation of the bodies and a great deal of the debris recovered at Roswell.
Gee, I feel honored. In the same state with the bodies, huh? Would that be some? I'm always looking for some way, Kevin, rather than reviewing what occurred all those years ago, fascinating as that is, to approach it today and try and prove it today. I mean, everybody wants to do that. That would be one way.
That certainly would be one way. I think one of the other things we need to do is, and I think Don Schmidt and I have done a fairly good job, and to give credit where credit was due, I think that Stanton Friedman, I think that Bill Moore have pretty well explored what happened at Roswell back in 1947. What we need to do now is find out what happened at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1947. Some of that work has been done, but there's a great deal more to be done, and learn what was going on in the UFO phenomenon from that point forward, and that may provide us the clues to get to where we want to go today. But we need to take the investigation out of New Mexico and move it into Ohio and other locations.
Well, as there were witnesses with regard to what occurred in New Mexico, you would think there would also be witnesses, although probably more carefully warned, from Ohio that you could interview and kind of track what's happened to these bodies and what happened in Ohio.
And that's right. Again, General Exxon told us that he was at the base when this happened, July of 1947. Later, he became the base commander at Wright-Patterson in the mid-1960s. But he told us that one of the bodies had been taken to Denver because the Army's mortuary service was housed at Lowry Army Airfield at the time.
Yes.
And that it was experimented on there, obviously with an eye for the best way to preserve it without chemically altering the tissue samples or the blood the way we normally do when you embalm a body. They would want to preserve it as pristine as they possibly could without allowing it to decay. We have been told that one of the bodies went to MacDill, I think, Air Force Base in Florida, and it had been preserved there. But you're absolutely correct. We have some witnesses at Wright Field and later Wright-Patterson Air Force Base who provided us with some clues. General Exxon told us some things that when he first told us them weren't that interesting. He mentioned that there would be groups of men coming in from Washington, D.C. to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was responsible for getting them an airplane, and then they would go out and investigate a UFO sighting and would come back to Wright Field, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. We thought, well, that's curious, but not overly significant. Now with the discovery of the 4602nd, at that point it would have been the 1127th Air Activities Group, and Project Moondust, that information becomes extremely important because it's clear that the people Exxon was talking about were working with the 1127th Air Activities Group.
So nobody knew that group was at Wright-Pat?
The group was not at Wright-Pat. They were at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. area. They came into Wright-Patterson. He provided them with a Wright-Patterson Air Force airplane. He said they would come in civilian clothes on commercial airliners and then go out and investigate the UFOs. So if you had a smart aleck reporter who tried to trace these guys back, he could trace them back to Wright-Patterson, home of Project Blue Book, and everybody's happy.
And that's where it would stop. All right, hold on just a moment, Kevin Randle. We'll be right back to you.
Yes.
All right, let us do a little of the original stuff and tell everybody, because there may be some out there who don't know. Back in 1947, what were the sequence of events, roughly? What happened?
What we believe happened, based, again, on eyewitness testimony, on the evening of July 4th, 1947, between 11:17 and 11:27 p.m., an object crashed just north of Roswell, New Mexico. Next day, the military is out there. They've cordoned the area and are picking up the craft and the bodies. Major Edwin Easley, the Provost Marshal of the 509th Bomb Group, told me it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Steve McKenzie told me that the object was heel-shaped, that there were 5 bodies. Louis Rickett told me that the object was heel-shaped and that some of the metal was extremely thin, but he couldn't bend it. They couldn't do anything to cut it. They recovered the craft, they recovered the bodies, took them to the Roswell Army Airfield. On the evening of July 5th, morning of July 6th, 2 airplanes left Roswell carrying the bodies. One went to Andrews Army Airfield, Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., so top-level people in the government could see the bodies. The other one went to Wright-Patterson, Wright Field at the time. They didn't put all the bodies on one airplane in case one of them crashed. On Sunday, July 6th, now we run back into the conventional wisdom. Mac Brazel finds the field of metallic debris on the morning of the 5th. On the morning of the 6th, he takes it into Roswell, takes some of the debris into Roswell, shows it to the Chavez County Sheriff George Wilcox, who in turn calls the 509th Bomb Group, and Jesse Marcel, and apparently Sheridan W. Cabot, who was the commander of the counterintelligence office, was sent out to the debris field. They spent the day of the 7th out there, collected some of the debris, came back late at night. Marcel showed it to his wife and son, and then went on out to the base. On July 8th, the Army announces, we captured a flying saucer on a ranch in the Roswell region. By 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon, General Ramey at 8th Air Force Headquarters said, no, they made a mistake. It was merely a weather balloon.
Who made that announcement? How high did that go? The original announcement that a UFO crashed.
It went all the way to the president. I mean, the president knew.
The president knew.
There's no question. Edwin Easley, the Provost Marshal, told me one of the reasons he didn't like talking about this was because he'd promised the president he wouldn't talk about it. Now, I don't know whether Easley told the president personally, told Truman personally he wouldn't talk about it, or Truman's representative in New Mexico, but it's in essence the same thing. Easley felt that he had promised the president he would not talk about it.
Wow.
I had at one time, in my discussions with Easley, I had told him that I knew General Thomas DuBose. And I said, do you know General DuBose? And he said, yes. And I said, I had General DuBose call you and say it was okay to talk, Would you feel more comfortable then?
Mm-hmm.
And he said no. I didn't realize that what I needed to get was the president to call this guy and tell him it was okay to talk about it. I couldn't find a general officer high-ranking enough.
All right, what about the other end of the scale? In the movie Roswell, it showed literally platoon after platoon of regular grunt-type GIs out there picking up debris like so many cigarette butts that you got to pick up around, that I remember picking up around the barracks. And they were doing that, crawling on their hands and knees, and there was a ton of debris. Shouldn't there be a lot of low-ranking people who participated in that debris pickup that you could find and interview?
Absolutely, and we've talked to many of them. We've probably talked to 4 dozen people who handled the metallic debris.
Wow.
That didn't see the craft, did not see the bodies, but handled metallic debris. So yes, there were a great number of them.
Okay, well that's important. What do they say about the nature of the debris?
Robert Smith, for example, who was a sergeant, helped load some of the debris on airplanes, said that he'd seen a foil sample of it, that when you wadded it up into a ball and dropped it on the table, it would unfold itself.
Yes, they showed that on the movie.
And that's a very easy one to show because I mean, it's something that's so unusual that sticks in the mind. An awful lot of people talked about that one. Bill Brazel, the son of the man who found it, Mac Brazel, played by Dwight Yoakam in the movie, had a piece of that foil that he talked about, and he liked it too because it would unfold itself. Frankie Rowe, whose father was a firefighter in Roswell, when a state trooper brought a piece of debris by the firehouse, saw that kind of debris. Sally Tadolini, who was a neighbor of the Brazels, saw the piece of debris that Bill Brazel brought by, and she was impressed with it because she just spent all day ironing and thought it'd be wonderful to have fabric that wouldn't wrinkle. So, I mean, there's a large number of people, from civilians to low-ranking military people, who saw the metallic debris and talked about what it was. When you get to the craft and the bodies, clearly that was much more important, and that was limited to a smaller number of people, but there was a large number of people who saw the metallic debris, and the description we have from some of the people is that they lined them up across that debris field, shoulder to shoulder, as you saw in the movie, picking up the metallic debris, first sweeping it at double arm intervals, then at shoulder to shoulder, then finally on their hands and knees to make sure they picked up all the debris.
Wow. In the movie, Major Marcells had more than just one of the pieces of foil. He had a piece of debris with some writing on it that looked like some sort of Egyptian hieroglyphics or something. It was hard to discern, but that's kind of what it looked like. Is that an accurate portrayal of what he had?
I think a more accurate portrayal of what he had, according to his son Jesse Jr., who was on the set with us, as a matter of fact.
Oh, no kidding.
After the movie Roswell, there was a short little thing they showed, and you see Jesse Jr. sitting in a chair out in the desert talking about that. Well, that was on the scene where they were filming the film. But according to him, the symbology was more of geometric shapes, squares and circles and triangles and things like that. But he described it as being hieroglyphic-like. I think Mac Brazel told people that it was like Chinese writing, the Chinese symbol writing, of course.
All right, still just as strange. Kevin, I've got to ask you to hold on for a sec. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to do a little bit of news here at the top of the hour, and we'll be back. Radio is a wonderful land to be in. We have enough time to explore an issue the way it should be. Kevin Randle is my guest, and we're talking about the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell. We apologize. Network-wide, we understand there was an interruption that lasted for some period of time, some mix all over the network. And it is, of course, the government not wanting you to hear what it is we have to say. No, just kidding. What it actually is severe thunderstorms in Vernon Valley, New Jersey, which is where the master C-band uplink is, satellite uplink. And so I guess they're back there battling lightning bolts and trying to keep everything together. So if there is any interruption, again, that's the reason for it. Vernon Valley, New Jersey is being presently inundated with rain and severe thunderstorms. in a moment, Kevin Randle once again. Do you have Kevin Randle? Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. Let's see. I guess everybody missed just a tiny bit of the show because of the thunderstorms back in New Jersey, Kevin.
My personal opinion, it was Psycop doing it.
I do sometimes wonder, I admit, Kevin, whether there is tampering about with this kind of program when you're dealing with the kind of information you're dealing with, but who knows? At any rate, Kevin, if you would review for everybody just a little bit, I believe that it occurred just prior to the hour, which would mean while you were detailing some of the events at Roswell, it went off, of course.
Of course, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, the best evidence we have in its eyewitness testimony is that the crash took place between 11:17 and 11:27 p.m. on July 4th. July 5th, the military moves in, cordons off the area, recovers the craft, recovers 5 alien bodies. The same day, Mac Brazel finds his debris field. Sunday, July 6th, Mac Brazel comes in, alerts the Chavez County Sheriff, who in turn calls the Roswell Army Airfield, Major Jeffrey A. Marcel, and apparently Captain Sheridan Cavett, who was in charge of the counterintelligence office, accompanied Brazel back out to the debris field. They spend these July 7th there, Monday, July 7th there. Brazel leaves them on the field. Marcel eventually sends Cavett back to the base. He stays there until dusk, drives home, shows some of the debris, the metallic debris, to his wife and his son, and then takes it on into the base. On July 8th, the military announces they have a flying saucer. Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer and ranch in Roswell region. 3 or 4 hours later, General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force, announced, no, it's nothing more than a common radar target. The officers and men at Roswell overreacted to the historical times that they were in and misidentified this fairly common weather balloon as a flying disc. And that pretty well shot down the story until Marcel surfaces in 1970 talking to friends and, in fact, a woman who did a college thesis on it about having captured a flying saucer, and then, of course, from that point, UFO researchers became involved with Bill Moore's book coming out, I believe, in 1980, detailing part of the Roswell case.
And so how do you feel about it now? You've done all of these, I presume now it's years of investigation. What do you personally believe, Kevin?
There is no doubt in my mind that what was recovered was an alien spacecraft. I based that on the eyewitness testimony given to me by Major Edwin Easley, for example. He was the provost marshal of the 509th Bomb Group, told me it was extraterrestrial, also told the president that he wouldn't talk about it. It was something so important the president had to become involved in it. Jim Ragsdale, who was a civilian living in the area, happened to be camping out in that area the night the thing crashed, was there the next day as the military came in and cordoned off the area. He saw the military coming, so he got out, but he saw the craft and he saw the bodies. He thought they were dummies. He didn't think they were real people because they were too small. We talked to W. Curry Holden, Dr. Holden, who was the chairman of the Department of History and Anthropology at Texas Tech University. Holden told me personally he was there, he'd seen it all, he'd seen the craft, he'd seen the bodies just north of Roswell. So we have a wide range of testimony from very credible people, including men who have PhDs, to military officers, to civilians who saw something, and we've been able to talk to them and learn what they saw.
Well, that's remarkable. Just remarkable. Kevin, I would like to expose you to the audience, open the telephone lines, let them ask you questions. Let me ask you this. Does your experience now with UFOs range beyond Roswell?
Oh, absolutely. For the last 5 years, you mentioned how long we've been doing it. Don Schmidt and I have been conducting this investigation almost exclusively for 5 years. But prior to that, I spent a lot of time researching UFOs. I did a book called the UFO Case Book, which details the history of the UFO phenomenon from Kenneth Arnold signing up to 1988 when the book was had to be submitted. I've done some work on abductions, and I, in fact, may have done work on the first abduction case where the family suggested the aliens had come into the house, and that was the Pat Roach abduction from Utah in 1973.
All right, very good. Well, let us go to the telephones. Let's talk to a few people out there. And so if you have questions about the UFO field in general, now is the time, folks. Jump on the lines. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Yeah, that's David from Palm Desert.
Hi, David.
I was just curious. I missed the Roswell show. I just wondered if it was going to be out on a video cassette or rebroadcast.
Well, that's a good question. Kevin, it was done for Showtime, correct?
Yes, it was. And, in fact, they just showed it for the last time last night or this morning at 12:35.
Oh, boy.
But it will come up again, as I understand it, in December on the Showtime network. There are plans for it to be marketed on video cassette, and there's a possibility it may be shown theatrically in this country. They're discussing that now because the response was so positive to the film.
All right, but I assume because it was Showtime, there will not be a video cassette automatically available. Is that right?
No, there are plans to market it as a video cassette.
But it's not out there yet.
But it's not out there yet. Absolutely correct.
All right, fine. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Randall.
Yes.
Yeah, I read your book about 3 months ago. I thought it was an outstanding book.
Thank you.
And I was wondering if you've seen the video by Norio Hayakawa. It's called The Grand Deception, UFOs, Area 51 in the U.S. government.
I'm familiar with the video. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, this was made in late 91, and according to him, in the fall of 95, there's going to be a fake encounter with the aliens in our government, trying to prove that the aliens are dangerous and are going to attack us, and that this is going to be kind of a hoax to promote this one world government. Have you heard any theories on that?
All right, thank you.
Well, I think that we have to take a look at the whole phenomenon. It's going to be very hard for anybody to fake a sighting for very long. There's so many people out there with knowledge of the field that if they try to fake something, that it's going to be pretty clear pretty quickly what's going on, and there'll be some discussions about it. I don't see what benefit our government or anybody's government would derive from that, and we can always fall back and say, well, these things have been around for 47 years, and they have not overtly attacked us up to this point. So, there's a body of evidence to suggest that we don't need to worry about that.
All right, now Representative Schiff in New Mexico is doing an investigation. And I wonder where you think that's headed and what we might be able to pry loose with that, Kevin.
Well, from what Representative Schiff says, he's not looking into Roswell specifically, but looking into the government procedures, which is what the GAO would necessarily do. And I know that a number of people have been in communication with the GAO, supplying them with information and data and suggesting where they should look. What I'm hoping is we will find some kind of documentation that will lead us in the right direction, and the GAO certainly has the powers to get to that documentation. We've tried to suggest places for them to look, and I know others have done the same thing. So with their clout, there may be something coming down that would suggest something extremely unusual happened at Roswell.
All right, very good. Back to the phones. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi. Hello there. No, you're not on the air. Let's go to another line. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Hi, this is Greg from Phoenix, Arizona, KFYI.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, I was wondering if Kevin Randle might want to detail the differences between he and Stan Friedman on the details of the Roswell incident.
I think the major difference between Stanton Friedman's theories and ours is Friedman subscribed to the idea there was a second craft and bodies found over on the plains of San Augustine. And we find the evidence suggesting that to be fairly weak. It's based almost exclusively on the testimony of, and not even the testimony, but the story told by Barney Barnett to friends. And we have not had an opportunity to interview Barnett. In fact, nobody did. He died before the story came out, so we must rely on secondhand testimony there. There has been no firsthand corroboration for an event on the plains. The one fellow who talked about first-hand corroboration, Gerald Anderson, finally admitted that he lied about part of the story and actually created some documents to tend to corroborate his lying about this thing. So I think that's the major area where we differ, and I think we also differ on the MJ-12 document. We believe that the document itself is a hoax, and I believe that Mr. Friedman believes that the document is authentic. So those are the major differences. We all agree that there was a crash. of an alien craft. We agree there was a crash near Roswell, New Mexico, and we agree that bodies were recovered.
All right, good enough. Back to the lines. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening. Hello?
Hi, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Turn your radio off, please.
Turn your radio off.
Off.
Hi, yes. I had a question for Kevin Randle.
Sure. Where are you calling from?
This is Allison from KVI Country.
Okay, Allison.
I was wondering if there were effects. Did they have any type of effects, or how many were there that they found, or anything like that? And if I could, from Art sometime tonight, get his BBS, how to get on his BBS.
All right. Thank you. Anything with regard to the gender of the beings?
There were 5 of them, and we have absolutely nothing on the gender. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, had gotten some information from a nurse that he knew assigned at the Roswell base, and she participated in some of the preliminary autopsy work done at the base, and she said she noticed nothing, no overt sexual characteristics, if you will. She said that it's possible that the doctors who had done some of the work may have been able to distinguish between male and female, but she did not know. So the answer is we have no detailed knowledge on that.
The answer is you have no answer right now.
Exactly.
All right, very good. Back to the telephone lines. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening. Hello there. No, I guess not. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Hi, Art. This is Doug calling from Phoenix.
Hi, Doug.
I just wanted to ask, are you going to face any repercussions by talking about this?
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I think that our theory has always been that the people who, for example, were involved in the recovery and were sworn to secrecy or whatever, when they talk, they're suddenly protected, because if the government moves against them, it's a tacit admission that what they were saying was true. You can't prosecute somebody for inventing a tale of a flying saucer if there's nothing to it.
I see.
And I think it's sort of the same thing with Don Schmidt and me. We are now very visible on that, and if there was any kind of a move against us to suppress the information, then that would be a tacit admission that we were going down the right path. Their best move at the moment is just to leave us alone. There was a movie out a number of years ago where the reporter discovered a real live vampire, and he told the vampire, "I'm going to tell the world you exist." And the vampire said to him, "Go ahead, nobody will believe you anyway." And I think that's kind of where we are in the UFO phenomenon. The government's attitude is, well, go ahead, nobody will believe you anyway.
But eventually we will.
Eventually we will convince people, because what's happening now, and it's kind of what I predicted in the UFO casebook, is we've moved into the libraries and the archives, and we're beginning to find the documentation to support what we've said. For example, we've always maintained there was a secret UFO investigation, not part of Project Blue Book. We can now prove that. In fact, Air Force Regulation 200-2, as published in August of 1953, says if you read that as an intelligence officer and you become involved in a UFO sighting in some fashion, a flight crew reports it to you, whatever, your obligation is to report it to 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squadron at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. You don't send it to Project Blue Book at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so what this does is demonstrate that there was another investigation going on. There apparently was coordination between Blue Book and this other investigation. But clearly the important cases were going somewhere else. We can now demonstrate that. Project Moonduct, which we can now demonstrate was a real government project, was involved in UFOs. It was also involved in the retrieval of returning space debris of Soviet origin or something of that nature. Clearly it had another more mundane mission.
Can you tell us what that was? What that project was? Moondust, you keep talking about it. What did they do?
Moondust was designed, according to the documentation, in 1953 to debrief captured flight crews. It evolved into a project whose one mission was to recover space debris of foreign origin or unknown origin, which clearly could mean extraterrestrial. UFOs are mentioned in some of the Moondust documents. So we have and Moondust was run by the, get this, 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squadron. Later the 1127th Air Activities Group. I mean, it's the same unit, but Moondust is involved in that. Moondust, that organization is also involved in UFO investigation. So Moondust clearly had a mission that revolved around UFOs. Now we know that when Senator Jeff Bingaman from New Mexico queried the Air Force about Moondust, the Air Force wrote back and said, no, there was never such a project. Never existed. When we presented the documentation, actually Clifford Stone from Roswell gave the documentation to Bingaman, who sent it to the Air Force. The Air Force wrote back and said, we'd like to amend our last statement. There was a Project Moondust, but we never used it. We can now prove that Moondust went out a number of times.
Oh, boy.
So what I'm saying is, we now have the documentation on our side. It's no longer we ufologists running around saying these crazy things about secret government projects and all this. We now have the documentation to prove it. And we have the lies told by the government documented as well.
What do you think movies like Roswell and books like your book will eventually produce?
Well, what we're hoping is the movie, because they followed as closely as they possibly could, keeping in mind it is a movie, the situation, it opens that door to a lot of people who'd never heard of Roswell. What is Roswell? Well, the movie tells you pretty much what it is. It doesn't tell you how detailed the information is. Our book, because we were very careful in listing the sources, footnoting everything, giving a bibliography that has more than 200 items in it.
Right.
The list of organizations that participated in the investigation, provided us with information. All that information is detailed in the book so that when someone comes into this new, they realize the level of investigation. It's not Don Schmidt and Kevin Randle, sensationalists, decided that they were going to blow Roswell up into something.
You are listening to North America.
To make money, but they had actually done a lot of research into it and come to these startling conclusions, if you will. So what we have to do is convince the media and convince the public this is an area of legitimacy. It's not the area of crackpots and drunks and that sort of thing. And I did a radio program just last week, and someone called in with his UFO sighting, and the host said, well, what were you drinking? And I thought, well, that's interesting, because here we have the same problem we've always had. If you see a flying saucer, you must be drinking something.
Yeah, that's right.
Or you must be crazy. It's not that, well, gee, maybe you saw something extremely unusual in the sky and you're a sober citizen, but the immediate assumption is, what were you drinking? And I think what we've got to do is we've got to remove that. We've got to prove to people something happened at Roswell, which we can do. We have the New York Times, for crying out loud, mentioned the Roswell case on the front page of the July 9th, 1947 edition. So we can prove something happened there, something crashed. We can prove there was a cover-up based on the testimony of many of the participants. General Thomas Dubose told us that the balloon was a cover story for General Ramey to get the reporters off his back, but he was not to discuss it with Ramey. It was a cover-up. We can prove that. Now, I believe, based on all the people we've talked to and the testimony we've taken, that we can get to the extraterrestrial answer. I mean, Edwin Easley told me it was extraterrestrial.
Oh, that it would be so. I hope so, Kevin. Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. You're listening to Dreamland on a Sunday evening. This is Kevin Randle. He's talking about the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell. It's widely thought to be the best documented occurrence here on Earth. That is to say, whatever it was that crashed at Roswell, New Mexico. That's what my guest is talking about this evening. His name is Kevin Randle, and he'll be back with more of it in just a moment. It's Randle, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Tell everybody, Kevin, how they can get your book.
Well, it's in the bookstores, of course. So you get to the bookstore, you can do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also available through 1-800-462-6420. So they can call that toll-free number.
Give us that number one more time, please.
1-800-462-6420. And they can order it through that number as well.
How much is it?
It's $19.95, and I think there's $2 shipping and handling for ordering it that way. If you go to the bookstore, you might be able to con them out of a 10% discount or something like that, but it's $19.95.
All right, very good. Back to the telephones now. Kevin Randle, the author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Steve from Washington.
Hello, Steve.
Yeah, I got two questions for you. One for your guest is, why isn't there a possibility that was a smaller craft that had collided with the cause that size in the debris field? And number two is on your alien photo. Have you passed it off to a marine biologist? Because I believe that photo you have is of a devilfish or a skate. It's called a devilfish or a skate.
Well, look, the photo is soon going to be available to everybody, marine biologists, you, everybody else. So until you see it, it's kind of a hard call, isn't it?
Well, you described it, and what you described, I just saw it at a seashell store up here.
Okay. Very good. Well, then when we get the photo out, you can so declare it, sir.
Okay.
All right?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Kevin, any comments? He was asking you about the possibility of another craft or a small...
Yes, I know. And the thing is, we just don't have enough information. We've got a field of metallic debris. We've got an area, an impact site where craft and bodies were found. We don't know what else was picked up there. We're basing it on the eyewitness testimony of the people who were involved. And until we can get better data, it's very hard to guess exactly why we had such a large field of metallic debris. We know it was there because it was described by a number of people, including General Exxon, who flew over it sometime later. But we just don't have all the particulars at the moment.
Is any of that debris available today?
None of it is in private hands that we've been able to locate. Now, we've heard stories from people. Robert Smith, for example, said he knew a sergeant that had a small piece that he'd stuck in a pocket. And we've tried to trace that guy down and had no luck finding him. There is metallic debris available. It came from the Ubatuba sighting from September of 1957. And that is currently held in California. And a lot of work has been done on that. The Center for UFO Studies, for example, in their latest, I think it's the latest issue of the Journal of UFO Studies, details the work done on the Ubatuba sample over the last couple of decades. And the conclusions are drawn in very scientific terms about all the various testing done on it. And that the conclusions drawn, for example, by the Condon Committee, that they showed that the metal samples were not completely pure, just do not make sense in good scientific terms. So it's something that people ought to take a look at. So there is some metallic debris held in private hands that has been tested and suggests that it was something not available on Earth. And then, of course, there's all sorts of other types of physical evidence, landing trace cases, where the craft interact with the environment, photo cases, radar cases, where there's some kind of indirect evidence provided.
All right, Kevin, back to the telephones now. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi. When you were off the air, he was talking about the crash site and then the debris field being 40 miles away. That was the part that was blacked out when he had the thunderstorm. I was wondering if you could have him explain that further.
All right, fine. Kevin, you want to roll back over that one more time?
Best evidence we have, again, eyewitness testimony, there's an impact site close to Roswell, 30 miles away from the front gate, just off Highway 285 north out of Roswell. The debris field is much closer to the Corona area, the area that Mac Brazel found. The debris field is approximately 3/4 of a mile long and maybe 200 to 300 feet wide, filled with metallic debris. Now, on the debris field, we don't have the range of debris you'd expect if a craft had come apart, if an airplane had come apart. You'd have a wide range of debris, but there only seems to be 3 or 4 different items that were found there. The wires, the fibers that were described by Bill Brazel as monofilament fishing line, but apparently were fiber optics. Some lightweight metal that had the density of balsa wood, and this lead foil or aluminum foil type stuff that when you watered it up, it would unfold itself. On the impact site, we've got a craft that is heel-shaped, about 25 feet long, maybe 15 to 20 feet wide, and 5 alien bodies.
And 5 alien bodies.
Yes.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Randle, what is the reluctance of the government about releasing information that we're not alone in this world? I mean, obviously, something like that would have an impact on the way all governments of the earth, do their business.
Sure. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield. All right, Kanziar. Kevin, what about it? What about this reluctance? What do you attribute it to? Would it be the social disruption that would be caused?
I think that's part of it. I think part of it is the natural inertia of the government to declassify anything that has been classified. I think part of it is studies done by the government that suggest that if we announced that there were alien civilizations, there would be some sort of a reaction by the people. I know that the Brookings Institution did a study in 1962 where they interviewed representatives of various disciplines such as anthropologists, economists, theologians. What would happen if there was a confrontation between people of Earth and an alien race?
Right.
Not necessarily face-to-face, but through radio astronomy, and they determined it would be disastrous for our society. We believe that the reason it was originally classified was they didn't know what they were dealing with. There's a line in the Roswell movie that I absolutely love where they're sitting around talking about this, and one of the generals said, well, the people would think that we're not in control of the skies, and the Secretary of Defense says, and they'd be right. And so that may be part of it as well. But we also understand that when they were attempting to hide things, the government, the military, the government representatives went in and threatened people. Frankie Rowe, who was 12 at the time, was told that if she ever talked about what she'd seen, she'd be taken out in the desert and she wouldn't come home. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, was told they would be picking his bones out of the sand. The Chavez County Sheriff was told that not only would he be killed, but the entire family would be eliminated. So there was a large number of civil rights violations that were involved in this as well. And I just read a couple of interesting things that Ken Jeffries sent to me that dealt with the hiding of the fact that there may have been living American POWs left behind in Vietnam and Laos when the war ended in the early 70s. And that was one of the questions that came up. Why do they continue to hide this stuff? And Harding Carter III, in an article that he did, said it makes no sense to continue to classify stuff when the Soviet Union has collapsed, that the Cold War has ended, and yet we continue to classify stuff and hold things that classified that clearly have no relevance in the world today.
Why do you think we're doing that? Do you think it's just this
Nobody makes a decision. Nobody wants to decide this should be released and this shouldn't be released. We found evidence of a first aid manual that talked about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation that had been classified during the Second World War, still being classified. For God's sakes, we're so far beyond mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, it's unbelievable, yet that stuff is still held in classified. And it's costing us billions of dollars a year to hold this stuff in at the levels of classification they're held at when they have absolutely no relevance. And so if they're doing that with things that have no relevance, what about the stuff that could have an impact on our civilization and our society, like an announcement that that we have been visited by beings from another planet?
Absolutely right. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Mark from Cogo in San Diego.
Hi, Mark.
I wanted to ask Kevin if he found any evidence of what Richard Hoagland would say is hyperdimensionality and any sort of double-inscribed tetrahedron, and if there could be any connection with the structures on the moon.
All right, thank you. Are you familiar with the research of Richard Hoagland?
Absolutely. There is. Again, we have found absolutely no connections between Roswell and the structures on the moon or the face on Mars, which doesn't mean there aren't any. We haven't found them, and that's not an area that we've really gone into because it's very hard to draw those conclusions without some kind of additional information provided by what was found at Roswell. My belief is that there's a 95% probability that what was found at Roswell was extraterrestrial. There's probably a 4% chance that it was an interdimensional type of craft. It's still extraterrestrial, if you will, but not the classic nuts and bolts explanation we would think. And then there's probably about a 1% chance that it's time travelers from the Earth's future. So clearly we're dealing with something extremely unusual that has no basis in our society, but comes from outside. But I think the most logical explanation based on the evidence that we have is it's extraterrestrial, meaning interstellar, as opposed to interdimensional or something else.
All right, very good. Let's keep moving. There are a lot of people talking about this interdimensional business now, and it seems, frankly, as likely as it does that they, come from someplace else. To me, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm calling from KOPE land.
Yes, up
Northern
in
California.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now this thing that happened in Albuquerque last night at the convention center, there's supposed to be, it was advertised as an intergalactic reception, kind of sort of like, perhaps like, if enough of us Earthlings would call forth them to come in. Now this took place yesterday.
Now, are you aware of this, Kevin?
Yes, I was.
All right, what is the story?
Well, it was just a gathering that they had in Albuquerque, and there was we thought we were going to have an opportunity to actually be there, and it just didn't work out for us, given everything else that was going on this week that we had to do. But we were aware that there was that organization meeting going on in Albuquerque.
Well, do you know what were they formed for? What did they do?
That I don't know.
Huh. Odd. All right, very good. Let's keep moving here. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Radio Free America.
Hello.
I've got two questions, Art. One would be what the witnesses described as the aliens to look like. And the other is on the 48 hours piece that was talking about Roswell. The witness said that she had seen the form of the metal poured out like a liquid. My question is, how would something that is made of that molecular structure break up if it could form itself into a liquid? And I'll listen to your answer. Thank you.
All right, very good.
The 40 hours, well, she said that it unfolded itself with a fluid motion, like water flowing. That's her description of how it unfolded itself, and I don't think there was a suggestion that the metal actually turned into any kind of liquid.
Right.
It was merely her perception of how it reformed itself. And what was the other question?
No, I'm sorry. He's gone now.
And you don't remember either.
No.
I do better than that. I lost the first part listening to the second part, and
all right.
sorry about that.
I'm terribly sorry, caller. We both blew it off. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Martin up in Anchorage.
Hi, Martin. Anchorage, Alaska, yes.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I got about 50 questions. I'll narrow it to about 2 or 3. The origin of these folks, I'd like you to give us your opinion on that. You touched on time travel. I think that, excuse me, that's an interesting aspect. And one that if they're not from our future, if they have the capacity to time travel, then just about anything is possible. I'd like you to comment on that. Also, Bob Lazar, what you think of him?
Well, now, let's not, I don't want a whole lot of this here. Let me leave you on the line, and Kevin, deal with what you remember.
Well, I actually remember the other question. You want to know what they look like.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
But what was the time travel aspect? The time travel aspect, I think, is one that is fascinating, but it leads to all kinds of additional problems, and I think that it's probably unlikely that that's what we're dealing with here is our time traveling. It's just one of the possibilities, and I think there's a very remote possibility that's what we're dealing with here. What else would you like to know?
Where you think they would be from, then?
There is nothing that we have that gives us a clue based on the evidence that we got from Roswell and what the witnesses could tell us about it. The only clue that I've ever heard that suggests anything, of course, was the Betty Hill star map that suggested Zeta 1, Zeta 2 Reticuli. And I don't think that's a real good clue. It's an interesting clue, but I don't think it's a very good one. So we really don't know where they're from. The question becomes, is if you can travel interstellar distances, does the length of the trip become relevant? In other words, is it as easy to travel 8 or 10 light years as it would be 100 light years or 200 light years? And if that's the case, then, of course, it could be from practically anywhere. If I was to speculate, I would speculate they're probably within 40 light years of Earth, and there's a number of very good star systems around, or stars around, that are like the sun, that would suggest that's maybe where they're from, but it's all very speculative.
Yes, of course, you have the wide testimony of people calling them grays, and of course Bob Lazar's testimony saying that they're from Zeta Reticuli and all that, of course.
I think that the thing with the grays, the beings found at Roswell clearly were not grays. To get back to the other caller's question briefly, is They were 4.5 to 5.5 feet tall. The head slightly larger than human head. The eyes slightly larger than human eyes, now, but not big black orbs. The bones were very thin and fragile, described as bird-like. They were very thin individuals. You know, they had no hair, but they had the peach fuzz. So there's a real quick description of what we've been told.
All right. By our standards, then, that would make them very fragile beings, wouldn't it?
They seem to be very fragile, yes, and they, but again, without better information from the autopsies. I mean, we talk about the outward structures and what they look like from that point of view, but we have very limited information of any of the internal structures or things like that. I think Len Stringfield has done some work that suggested they had a big heart-lung pumping station that pumps a clear fluid through the bodies, but they didn't have the separate organs like we do for the heart and the lung. But we have very limited information on that.
Still, somehow, it's nice to think of them as, by human standards, kind of glass-jawed. In other words, we could take one swipe at them and probably knock them across the room and break several bones.
And the question that I like to speculate on is, what is, if you're an alien race and you want to introduce yourself to another civilization, what is the most non-threatening way of doing it? And of course, it's with a crashed ship and dead bodies, because it proves that you're fallible. And, of course, the problem with that theory is, well, they tried it in New Mexico. It was covered up by the government. Why didn't they try it somewhere else where it couldn't have been covered up by the government? So, you know, there's interesting areas to speculate in, but it doesn't really get us very far. So we're dealing with information specifically about the crashed craft and the bodies, and when we start doing some of the other work, we're getting into areas of speculation.
All right, Kevin, very good. Back to the phone lines. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve, and I'm from San Diego, Kogo Radio.
Excellent, Steve.
I wanted to ask him, how about the intimidation that seems to go hand in hand with these type of sightings with Roswell, and what was the level of government intimidation, and also what level of administration, what level have people such as yourself advanced the cause to get this administration to open up the books or Freedom of Information Act?
All right.
Well, what we've done, the Freedom of Information Act, I just counted up the number of ones I've filed myself just yesterday because I was filing a couple more. Freedom of Information get you to a point, and then the government, if they don't want to answer, they say, well, we have no documents. If you feel that this answer is not right, you can appeal, or we can either confirm nor deny the existence of these documents, and you have to appeal, and you end up in a court. So they can pretty well shut you down if they don't want to talk to you about that. The intimidation, clearly, many of the civilians who had some knowledge of it were threatened by the government. If they talked about it, they would be killed. If Frankie Rowe, for example, was alone on that, she was 12 years old when this took place, the government came, the military people came to her house, told her that if she ever talked about it, she'd be taken out in the desert. Now, you can say, well, she was 12 years old, she misunderstood what was being said to her, she overreacted to it. But she's not alone. There was Glenn Dennis, who was 22 years old. There's the sheriff's family who remembered these events. So there was a level of intimidation that was directed at the civilians. The military people were reminded that they had taken various oaths, that they were cleared for classified material, and as if they talked about it, they could end up in jail.
All right, what about you, Kevin? I mean, you're writing about this, you're digging into it. At what point during the investigation did a couple of guys in suits come to you and say, all right, Kevin, cool it, you know, or you're going to be in the desert?
Well, I always thought what the military would do is call me to active duty and say, here's the stuff, it's classified, you can't talk about it, tough luck. You know? And then Don would be out there by himself with me just saying, well, if I was you, I'd look at that sort of thing. But again, if they do that sort of thing, then it's a tacit admission that what we're doing is accurate and correct, and the best move is to leave us alone.
And that's exactly what they're doing. So time taken care of a lot for them.
Yeah, I think so. And again, this brilliantly orchestrated cover story that they started, and the curtain of ridicule that they've pushed down on UFO sighters works wonders for us. We did the Chicago Tribune, for example.
No, we're going to have to hold it there, Kevin.
Sure.
We'll come back to that point. It does work wonders. There is no question. This is Dreamland on a Sunday evening. I'm Art Bell. More in a moment. All right. Is there anything that I have neglected thus far to ask you about that really is important to get out?
I think one of the things we need to look at is the emerging theory that what was found at Roswell, specifically on the Mac Brazel debris field, was nothing more extraordinary than a Project Mogul balloon. That seems to be the latest theory that surfaced in the last 2 weeks.
What is a Project Mogul balloon?
Project Mogul was a constant level balloon project designed specifically to put an instrument package up in the atmosphere to monitor the Soviet experimentation with atomic weapons.
Oh.
And these were launched in June. Some of them were launched in June and July of 1947. And the emerging theory by some is that what was founded by Brazel was nothing more extraordinary than this Project Mogul balloon. Well, what they've really done is reinvent the balloon explanation. They've ignored a large body of testimony to get to that point, accepted some testimony from 3 specific witnesses, Bessie Brazel, Schreiber, Jason Callahan, and a fellow identified only as reluctant, but without good evidence to support it. But more importantly, the documentation available shows that they believe it was balloon launch number 9, but they cannot prove there was any balloon launch number 9. And there's some documentation that came out of Project Sign in the Cambridge Research Station run by the Air Materiel Command, dated April of 1949, that also fails to mention any balloon launch number 9. So we've built a foundation for this Project Mogul balloon on the will of the wisps, if you will. There's no solid evidence that there was a balloon launch number 9 that would account for the Brazel Ranch, yet there are people who accept balloon launch number 9 as the explanation for at least the debris field that was found by Roswell. Found out by Brazel.
All right. Back to the phones. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you, sir?
Out of Seattle.
Seattle, all right.
Okay, my question is, I saw the movie and read the book, and in the movie, the Townsend character tells him that one of the occupants lived and passed on information. I want to know how much truth or fiction that they've been able to ascertain to that. And, well, let's just go with that.
All right, let's just go with that. Good. Kevin?
We have some testimony, secondhand, that one survived, and we put that information in the book because we thought it was important for people to hear that testimony that one may have survived the crash. We have since learned from another witness, an eyewitness found by Don Ecker, that he believes one survived the crash. So we're getting a larger body of evidence that one survived. Presently, or to be grammatically correct, at the present, we believe that all were killed in the crash, but there is a growing body of testimony that suggests one may have survived, and we're looking into that.
All right, I've got a lot of faxes here. Here's one of them, Kevin. It's a two-part question. 2 things bother me about the testimony of Steve McKenzie. He said he was an intelligence officer, a radar operator, and a key person to the crash site. From what I know of the military, people are pigeonholed into specific roles. How could McKenzie do all these things?
Well, the readers misunderstood, probably because we didn't make it clear. McKenzie was not a radar operator. He was an intelligence officer who had been sent to monitor the operation, or monitor the radars at White Sands. And all he was doing was watching what was going on. He was not a radar operator. But when you move into the intelligence field, oftentimes people are put in a lot of different situations to monitor things and prepare reports. But the idea that McKenzie wasn't, in fact, a radar operator is something that others have questioned us on, and so it's clear from the book that we made a mistake in not clarifying that he was not a radar operator per se.
All right, good. McKenzie said the military was monitoring strange objects on radar just prior to the crash, and he was ordered to watch the radar at all times. He said that even he had to rig a set of mirrors to watch the radar screen when he went to the bathroom. Seems to me like it would be really hard to see any detail on the radar screen from a distance through mirrors.
Again, that's my fault. When McKenzie told me the story, what popped into my mind was the system of mirrors that was used in the movie Real Genius when they were trying to get the laser to bounce outside the house.
Right.
What he said was, and he's made this clear to me since then many, many times, what he said was there was one mirror they put up because there was a warning light. If something happened in the radar room, the operator or somebody had flipped the switch and a warning light would go on. to show which screen was active and what was going on, and the mirror was set up so that they could see that warning light in case it came on.
All right.
So that was a mistake that I made and shouldn't be blamed on.
All right. Very good of you to admit it. This is from John in Portland. And finally, if the crash and cleanup had been going on for 2 days before the press release, if they wanted to keep it secret, why would they make the whole thing even more visible by issuing a press release that they had captured a flying disc?
It seems that, according to the information we have, that the information was leaking out. Roswell had been into town. He talked about it to Frank Joyce. Joyce had put it on the radio. There were rumors flying around Roswell at this time, and what they were attempting to do was suppress those rumors. What they did was they set up a straw man. Yeah, we have a flying saucer. 3 hours later, they said, no, we made a mistake. These clowns in Roswell aren't smart enough to tell the difference between a balloon and a real flying saucer, and it killed the story right there. At that point, the story was dead. Nobody was questioning anything. Everybody was laughing at the clowns in Roswell. It was a brilliantly conceived operation. I'm amazed that they actually thought of it, but if you take a look at what happened, it worked brilliantly and would still be working today if Jesse Marcel had not spoken to a number of people about handling pieces of a flying saucer.
All right. This is from Jeff in St. Louis. Would the sighting information on Roswell be available to anybody under the Freedom of Information Act? In other words, how much would anybody who filed get?
Once you mention the word Roswell, you've kind of given it away, what you're looking for, and you're dead in the water. You have to go at it in a sort of a clever way, not suggesting you want Roswell. We have not found anything through Freedom of Information that would provide any documentable proof that Roswell took place, although I guess I should qualify that. There was a Freedom of Information Act request that went in against the FBI, and the FBI released a whole raft of documents, and hidden in the documents was that handwritten note by J. Edgar Hoover about the discs recovered and the Army not allowing the FBI to see them. So there was a hint there. We still don't know exactly what that means. But what we've done is, through Freedom of Information, is provide us with the information on Project Moondust. It's provided us with other links between Moondust and UFOs and things like that. So the Freedom of Information works to a certain extent, but it doesn't give us all the answers we want.
You've got to kind of approach it stealthily.
Yes, and the other thing is to get the information. They say now you have to be as clear as and specific as what you want, so they know where to look for the documentation.
Sure. And
we've requested specific things. For example, Jay West told us about a map that was at Holloman Air Force Base that supposedly showed two sites on it, the debris field and the impact site. And of course, we put a FOIA request in at Holloman to get a hold of that map, and they came back and said we can't find any file. And if you perceive this answer as being non-responsive, then you can appeal it to the Air Force. They'll look at it. If they find the same way, then you're forced into court and it costs you money.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hi, this is Ted from KVI.
Hello, Ted.
Just in relation to what you were talking about a little bit earlier, there was a couple of very interesting calls on the Laura Lee program last night you might want to call her and verify with, but to relate it, it was a couple of people that had connections with people in the service. One had been an actual member of the service and mentioned something about the black helicopters, and he said that there's an area somewhere down there in the southwest that they do specific training in regards to it, and they are unmarked helicopters, and they very frequently go abroad or through domestic places and cordon off various areas and do various exercises.
All right.
And the second call was in relation to kind of on a couple of different levels, but dealing with the far-fetched the hollow earth theory, or dealing with that there is an underground type of civilization or different cities and whatnot connecting, like also with Area 51 and some various tunnels and stuff going on.
All right.
But he related that there was some activity of various groups going down in small units of four people groups, and the government was kind of doing this type of thing, but it was very bizarre kind of calls. But
all right. Well, there are many of those. Kevin, what do you know about this tunnel business? There have been stories for years now about underground tunnels. Anything to it?
Well, that and the hidden bases, I guess, is all part of that.
Right.
I have seen no evidence that would convince me that this takes place. I'd like to see some better evidence. But until I do, you have to kind of sit back and say, well, it's interesting. And if you prove that the UFOs, flying saucers, can get here from another planet, then some of this stuff makes more sense because you don't have to leap that one hurdle to get here. But at this point, I'm afraid a bit skeptical on that.
All right, from Greg in Seattle, why weren't the archaeologists who were near the crash site presented in the movie? They didn't reference them in the movie.
I think that was probably just, there was only so much they could do in the movie. And frankly, I would have liked to see them do a lot more in the movie. And everybody I've talked to seems to wish the movie had been longer.
All right, the end of the movie, Jesse, you remember the gentleman who met with Jesse Marcel in the empty hangar?
That was the Townsend character, Martin Sheen, yeah.
Is there any indication that really occurred?
No, none. That is, like the reunion that Jesse Marcel was at, that was created to build a framework for the film and provide information in the film.
All right, well, it is important to know where they took dramatic license.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, good. Let's go back to the phones on the toll-free line. You're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Brian up in Tacoma, Washington.
Hello, Brian.
Hi. I'm just curious, this material they found at Roswell, did it have a radar cross-section? I'm an air traffic controller, have been for 10 years, and I look at Mount Rainier every night. And I've never seen anything. Nothing weird out of the ordinary, and I don't know any other controllers that have.
I can go the same direction. I was an Army helicopter pilot. I don't know anybody as an Army helicopter pilot who saw anything out of the ordinary. Although, to be perfectly honest, we did chase a black helicopter in Cambodia once. But I don't think it has any relevance to the black helicopters we were talking about. One of the theories that had been postulated was what crashed at Roswell was really a flying wing, because the flying wing form has a very small radar cross section, and that was the big secret at Roswell. Not that it was a flying wing, but that because it detracted from radar. But I think our stealth technology kind of eliminates part of that problem. And the materials at Roswell, we describe them as metal, but they may not have had the same reflective capability of real metals, but again, McKinsey and others said that they had watched this object for a number of days on radar. So we've got some problems that we simply just don't have information on. So we have to speculate in various arenas.
All right, and this comes from Dan. I like this kind of question from Phoenix. Art, it is inconceivable to me that as large as the crash site was, that every piece of wreckage was recovered. No matter how many people policed the area, I'm sure something was missed. Most likely some things were buried and likely still are. How about going out there with bulldozers, digging up the place? I realize nearly 50 years have passed, but I'm sure it would be well worth the effort if the evidence is found.
Well, first of all, we've already sort of done that. Clearly, stuff was missed because Bill Brazel found little bits and pieces of debris for the next couple of years and had a cigar box full of them that the military finally came and took away from him after he mentioned that he had them. We performed what would be the first scientific expedition to the debris field in 1989. We sunk more than 200 holes based on an archaeological grid system searching for any kind of material. We dug up the yucca plants that looked like they were 40 years old to see if there was anything trapped in the root system. We looked at the sinkholes. We looked into caves. We looked all over. We found nothing. Does it mean there's nothing there? No, you have to go look. We have attempted to do that, and we'd like to get back and do it again. The one thing we have to remember is this is a working ranch. We had to dodge the cattle and the sheep that were on the ranch because it's a working ranch. Yeah. And there's only certain times of the year we get access to the property to do so.
What is the attitude of the present property owner?
The property owner has been very cooperative, but the one problem we ran into is some kid trespassed on his property, not related to this at all, trespassed on the property, was riding his horse, fell off it, broke his arm, and then sued the property owner, and it cost the property owner $50,000.
Of course.
You know, this makes no sense to me at all. It's like the lady that scalded herself on the coffee in McDonald's and got $2 million. For God's sakes, lady, it's hot coffee. You should have known that. But that sort of thing happened, so that inhibits what we can do. But the property owner has been very cooperative with us as long as we don't interfere with the operations of the ranch. And we've been very careful to do that, not to interfere. And we've been very careful to leave nothing behind us when we leave, so we're not leaving garbage and trash around.
Sure. All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Yes, sir. This is Greg from KEX, Portland, Oregon.
Yes, Greg.
I was wondering if your guest is familiar with the 3 books by Charles Stryver, Majestic, Communion, Transformation, and I'm wondering why I never hear any of the UFOologists.
That'd be Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, Whitley Strieber, that's what it is.
Well, first of all, Majestic was a work of fiction. And so we can eliminate that right there. And it's clearly a work of fiction, and Strieber makes no bones about the fact of being a work of fiction. The other 2 books deal with the abduction phenomenon. What Don and I have been doing for the last 5 years clearly is investigating the case at Roswell and staying away from the abduction phenomenon as much as we possibly can. There are others who are better versed in that, John Mack, Bud Hopkins, for example.
Yeah, I had John Mack up on here a couple of weeks ago. There are a lot of people, Kevin, who feel the abduction thing is the best line of research to now follow to try to prove something. I take it you're more of a nuts and bolts kind of guy.
Our feeling is if we can establish Roswell took place, meaning it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft, then the work done by Bud Hopkins and John Mack follows that much easier. They don't have to leap that first hurdle of proving that UFOs are extraterrestrial. We've done that for them, and they can get on and do the work that they need to do, and we can find out what the hell is going on.
All right, good. Wildcard line, make that toll-free line. You're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Well, Art, I'm privileged. This is Tom in Mesa, Arizona, KFYI.
Hi, Tom.
And I want to ask Kevin, what sort of methods of propulsion he may suspect they use. It's certainly not conventional Newtonian, throw rocks and go the opposite direction.
I really have no clues about the propulsion. We have no evidences for that at all. I do know that Marcel, when he had an opportunity to use a Geiger counter, could find no evidence of radioactivity. I also know that James Van Allen told me that if you move a spacecraft through space at near relativistic speeds, that you are in essence bombarding it with hydrogen atoms, and the craft itself should become radioactive. There's no evidence that that happened. When we get into the idea of propulsion, we just simply don't know.
So are you suggesting then that any craft that had moved through the kind of space it would have moved through to come here would have at least produced something above, or should have produced something above background radiation levels?
The craft itself should become irradiated as it moves through space at near relativistic speeds, unless there's something else going on that we don't understand, and I assume that's what's happening, because very few cases is there any kind of radioactivity associated with the craft, whether it is the propulsion system or the fact it's been bombarded by the hydrogen atoms as it moves through space.
All right, this is going to have to be a quick answer. Chris in Everett, Washington wants to know about something reported in the LA Times regarding a UFO fired on by the military, allegedly. Had you heard of that?
There's a number of cases where the military has fired on UFOs. I don't know whether it's a recent case or something from
This was one some time ago, supposedly in Los Angeles. So you don't know anything specifically about that?
There was a case out of Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico where 2 F-4s tried to intercept a UFO, and they came back and landed at the base and were isolated on the flight line and apparently had all kinds of little tiny holes in them.
All right, hold it there, Kevin. We'll be back. This is Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. Talking about the truth with regard to the UFO crash at Roswell with Kevin Randle, co-author of a book by that same name. We'll get back to him in just a moment. If I gave up at 1-800-400-1999. Do it between 8 in the morning and 8 at night, please, Mountain Time. 1-800-400-1999. And then there is one more item that I'm back on the air again. Hi.
Hi.
All right. Here's yet another fax from St. Louis County. I have wondered for some time about the involvement of Secretary James Forrestal in the Roswell crash and investigation. Of course, Mr. Forrestal was the one in the movie who received the mental message from the one living alien through the glass. I recall that. He saw, according to the movie, that more were coming. Mr. Forrestal went from sanity to reportedly uncontrollably paranoid behavior, that somebody was out to get him. In the movie, the 12 men sitting around the table discussed the plans of whether or not to tell the people. Mr. Forrestal seemed to express the feeling that we should all be told the truth. Is that roughly accurate?
What we know clearly is in July of 1947, the War Department and the Navy Department were combined into the Department of Defense, and Forrestal, who had been the Secretary of the Navy, became the first Secretary of Defense. He was in a position to know everything. In 1947, he would have been told. We don't know how much else he may have known from that point. So again, if you remember in the movie, this was Townsend telling Marcel what was going on, and then Townsend said to Marcel, "Well, then none of it's true." Well, maybe some of it's true. So what we're getting there is the idea that this disinformation has been fed into the public. Remember the general sitting around there saying, well, we can tell them the real story from less than credible sources.
Yes.
We can plant stories. So they're showing that all of this is going on. So we just don't know exactly what Forrestal's involvement was or how much he knew. But clearly, he was one of the people at the top who should have known. And General Exton, I think, even identified him as one of the people who knew.
All right. Did his mental deterioration, was there a deterioration?
The story is he committed suicide.
Yes.
That would suggest there was a mental deterioration, but we don't know what, we as laymen don't know exactly what caused that deterioration.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Salt Lake City.
Okay.
KCNR.
KCNR, yes, sir.
Did you know that the 800 telephone system only gives you so many rings and it doesn't?
Yes, sir, we're well aware of it. That's true of every telephone system, not just the 800 number.
Is there any way you can put an answer and hold on your end?
Well, yes, but that would make people angry because they'd be on hold for a long time, so we just go ahead and do it this way, sir.
Oh, it really complicates it. I got a good line 3 times.
Anyway, sir, you are on the air now, so go ahead.
I understand it. Mr. Randle.
Yes.
A couple of questions. One is, the radio announcer said that he knew things that he had determined not to talk about.
Now, Frank Joyce, yes.
In the movie. And also, what connection do you feel this has to the not-so-famous crash site on the plains of San Augustine?
I think, first of all, Frank Joyce has said all along that Mac Brazel told him stuff, and he doesn't want to put words in a dead man's mouth and won't tell us what Brazel may have told him in that first interview. So we just don't know. My personal opinion is there was no crash on the plains of San Augustine. That story came about because of the Barney Barnett testimonies offered from his friends, and that they may have understood what he was talking about. Our opinion is that Barney Barnett came in contact with the archaeologist led by Curry Holden. Barnett, in his capacity as a soil conservation engineer, would have been dealing with the archaeological and the anthropological communities, and at some point he ran into this story, and it has been inadvertently changed into a story he heard from people into one that he was a participant in. The evidence from the diary, for example, that his wife kept, puts him outside of the realm of it being plausible that he was directly involved. We don't believe there was an event on the plains of San Augustine. We believe that was a mistake, inadvertent mistake, not a conscious mistake, made by the original investigators.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Top of the evening.
Hello?
Hello there, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you're on the air. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Ellingsburg, Washington.
All right, go right ahead.
I'd like to ask you, in 1967 and 1968, or maybe 1966, 1967, in Cutbank and Sunburst, Montana, do you ever do any research on any of that?
No, I have not.
Okay, well then it's not worth bringing up to. I'm also a private investigator, been an investigator for about 36 or 37 years, okay? And I was just going to bring up some questions on some of the things that they had there on the UFOs that was supposedly landing there.
All right, well, since we're not familiar with that particular incident, sir, I'm sorry, right now we can't follow up on it, but we may have a guest who can shortly. Hello there on the wildcard line. You're on the air with Kevin Randle.
Hello, Art. This is Bill calling from Seattle.
Hi, Bill.
Hi there. I have 2 quick questions.
First question is, I have talked with this subject to a skeptic uncle of mine, and he always asks me, well, how could the entire world government cover this phenomenon up? And my second question is, are people in Roswell still being threatened today?
All right, thank you.
Part one is we don't know that the entire world governments are covering it up. It may be just our government who's in possession of the information. But it's a good question. Is there some kind of conspiracy among the governments to keep this hushed up? Clearly, there
Well, I think, Kevin, his question is more general, not just with respect to Roswell, but the whole UFO phenomenon. If it were real, how could all of these governments worldwide be covering it up?
And then the answer is the Belgians, of course, were just out with the sightings there in the early part of this decade, talking about it. They may not be in possession of all the data our government is in possession of, and a lot of the governments, the French government, takes a much more serious look at the UFO phenomenon.
By the way, while we're on the subject, there was an Associated Press report in the last week or two, Kevin, that the Chinese government called for an investigation into the whole UFO phenomenon. Had you heard anything about that?
No, I had not heard that.
All right, well, I believe that is accurate, and I'm going to try to find out more. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
No, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, speak up. Where are you?
Sorry, Kevin Randle. I'm trying to,
Turn your radio off, sir.
It's off.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was listening to the radio, must be delayed. My question was, I understand when Jimmy Carter was president, he was trying to get some information on UFOs, and they point blank said, sorry, you're not entitled to that information, we're not going to let you have it. And also Barry Goldwater tried to get in some hangar out in Wright Patterson, Ohio, same thing, government said, sorry, we don't care who you are, you're not allowed in here.
No, we have to take it at different levels. First of all, Barry Goldwater requested the information of Curtis LeMay, and Barry Goldwater was a major general in the Air Force Reserve,
right?
And LeMay, of course, was a 4-star general, and told him he wasn't entitled to the information, and LeMay could make that stick.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Carter was not told he couldn't have the information. I believe Carter was convinced that he shouldn't talk about the information. And that was why there was nothing more that came from Carter. But as the president, you have the power to get anywhere you want in the government.
That was my understanding. That's why I was wondering when you mentioned, well, the government, who exactly are we talking about here that's withholding this information if someone as high up as the president is trying to gain access? And
I think the problem is, for example, the current president, Bill Clinton, probably has no desire to get this information because he's got other problems. Carter supposedly wanted to get the information, and it's my understanding that he did get it, and they convinced him it was best that he keep quiet. I don't know what they told him. That's our understanding. Now, he was questioned about that on a radio program in L.A. When he was out promoting his book after his presidency had ended, and that question came up. You were going to release all this information. You didn't do it. Why not? And his answer was supposedly because the investigation was ongoing, and he didn't want to release the information prematurely. That's my understanding of what he said, but he did get access to the information.
Kevin, I always like to ask UFO investigators this, and I'm going to ask you.
All right.
If you had the smoking gun, or laid your hands on the smoking gun, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 knock on your door, a couple of guys in suits, look, Mr. Randle, yes, you've uncovered the truth, but look, we have study after study, Mr. Randle, that shows if you release this information with all it implies to the general public, there's going to be panic, there's going to be social disruption, a lot of our institutions are going to fall, and we're asking you, Mr. Randle, as a matter of national security, to keep your mouth shut. What are you going to do?
My first question is, prove it, that those events are going to happen. And my second question to them is, what happens if one lands tomorrow at the United Nations and you can no longer control the information? Isn't it better for me to provide the people with the answer that, yes, one crashed in Roswell 47 years ago, that UFOs do exist, and they sit back and they say, well, it happened 47 years ago. It hasn't affected my life. Why should I panic? But if one lands there tomorrow, they no longer have that cushion. Isn't it better for me to continue on with my investigation and provide that cushion rather than leaving it in the hands of somebody else that may change everything tomorrow and may cause a disaster for our civilization?
Okay, so in other words, you would question the studies that would show that disruption. Let me then try it one more way, and then I'll give up and we'll go on with calls. Okay, Mr. Randle, you have the smoking gun. But we're here to tell you that if you go anywhere with it, if you talk to the media, if you keep going the way you're going, you are going to end up in the desert, not to ever be heard from again.
I think you've now convinced me. or better yet, how about you give me $10 million, and I've never heard the term flying saucer.
Oh, Kevin. All right.
I mean, if you're going to take me out and kill me, then I might as well get some money out of the deal.
I understand. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle.
Yeah, there seems to be a contradiction brought out in the evidence here.
All right, where are you, sir?
Maybe I'm just dense, I don't know.
That's all right. Where are you?
Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska. All right.
But all the debris, it was broken into small pieces, and the bodies supposedly appeared to be very fragile. Okay, if it's been showed that these pieces were hard to cut, couldn't be cut, whatever, how come it could have busted into so many small pieces? And you know, if the answer is, well, hit with such impact and force, then why weren't the bodies, why weren't they just so much squashed tomatoes?
All right. We'll tackle that. Well, I believe the answer to that would be there was a debris field and then supposedly a second site at which the main body of the craft with the bodies was found, correct?
Yes. Yeah, and that may explain it right there. But frankly, we don't have a good answer for that question. All we can do is report on the testimony that we've been given and look at that. And it may be that there was some kind of outer shell that was shed by this thing that accounts for the debris field, and the bodies themselves were protected in the vehicle or whatever that was found on the impact site. We just don't have a good answer for that.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Good evening.
Good evening, Art. Dennis calling from Portland.
Hi, Dennis.
Good evening, Kevin.
Good evening.
I'd like to use this opportunity. I know you continually investigate this case. I was wondering if you could update us on any new information or findings since your 2 books and your lecture here in Portland.
Well, I think one of the things we need to point out is Don Ector from UFO Magazine found another first-hand witness, and that tends to corroborate a lot of the material in the book, and that's a major find.
I agree. But what have you found, or Don?
I found another witness named Leo Spear, who was an MP at Roswell in July of 1947. He's in the yearbook. We can document him there.
Wow.
What he did was he was not involved in guarding the site, but he remembered his friends who were, and they'd come back in the barracks talking about this flying saucer that they had guarded, and he thought it was just a bunch of BS until he read about it in the newspaper. And what Leo Spear has done is show the military involvement prior to July 8th through his testimony. So that is a find that we find significant as well.
How's that, caller?
Very good.
All right.
Keep up the great work, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the call. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Kim from Olympia.
Olympia, Washington, yes.
And I have a piece of information for you and a question.
All right.
The information is on Dateline NBC on Tuesday. The Clementine people were on.
Yes.
And they've seen ice formations in a crater on the moon.
They have seen what?
Ice formations.
What they're calling ice?
Yes, sir.
A crystalline substance?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been trying to...
That is absolutely remarkable, and for all the people who huffed and puffed about Richard Hoagland, you might want to note this report. That'll be coming on this Tuesday?
It was on last Tuesday.
Last Tuesday, they found out.
And I confirm that was on because I saw it as well.
Yeah.
It was fascinating.
Well. All right, and you had a question?
Yes. How long did the alien live for, the one that lived?
All right, good question.
Our information, and again, it's very speculative, is that the one that survived lived for a number of years after the event.
A number of years?
Number of years after the event, the one that survived.
So again, the motion picture may have, the demise of the alien may have been a little early.
May have been a little bit early, but it did die within a couple of years of the event. But as I say, that's very speculative information at this point. We do not have good, solid basis for it.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Cal from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, all right.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you about holes in space. Are these interdimensional, or do they just go to other parts of the universe?
You're referring to black holes?
Yes, I had an encounter with a couple of individuals that informed me that they traveled through these holes.
All right, thank you. Well, there has been speculation that if you could get near the event horizon of a black hole,
you'd pop out in another dimension or another part of the universe. I've heard that as well. I simply don't have any good answers for that.
All right, first-time caller line. You're on the air with Kevin Randle.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Just fine, thank you.
I had a couple of questions. One, I find it quite astonishing. Well, most people aren't aware of what's really going on here, and Kevin has done a lot of marvelous work here, but this is, what he is talking about is something that has been documented in multiple cultures for over 3,000 years. And I got a question that he's heard of this particular device, but this has been, I could trace it back to Hebrew, through Greek, Chaldean, many different things of exactly what he's talking about. Events just like this happening many thousands of years ago. I mean, even before Christ was born, these events. I wanted to ask him, has he heard anything on the time resonifier? It's a device, a resonifier is something that picks up and locks on the amplitude, like when you're tuning a instrument or something, you hit a certain note and it makes the key vibrate, and it resonifies at a certain frequency. There's supposedly a device that's been created called the time resonifier that, everybody who's skeptical about it says, well, that's 10 light years. Would you drive 10 years just to come over here and see what Earth is about? According to this, instead of, having warp 1 or warp 2 or warp...
All right, listen, sir, I'm sorry. Sir, you're going to have to hold it, sir. Well, he's not going to hold it. All right. Are you familiar with that device, Kevin?
No, I'm not.
All right. Kevin, give the phone number on how to get your book, because we're out of time.
Well, the best way to get the book is, of course, the local bookstore, but if you can't, you can call 1-800-462-6420, and they'll be able to get a copy of the book for you.
All right, there's only enough time to say thank you, my friend, and we will do it again.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Take care. Kevin Randle, author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. That's going to do it. Remember, if you want a copy of this program or any other Dreamland program or the entire series, call area code 503-664-7966. 24 hours a day. 503-664-7966. Good night, everybody.